Hello. Yes, sir. Students, the number is for online students, the number is 73059882226. Right. Today I will be completing most of the aspects of our syllabus. So the remaining aspects of our syllabus like India, Latin American relations, India, European Union, and India's nuclear policy and India's look east policy. These are the things that is left. So that we will be completing. That is of paper 2, section B. These areas are. So that I will be completing today. And only one more area is left, and that area is India's global concerns. Okay, that area we will discuss in the next Saturday. Okay, that will be our last instruction class as such. Next Sunday we will be discussing our question papers. Okay, last year question paper, especially because I always strongly believe if at all there is a clue that UPSC gives, that is the previous year question paper. This is not only for our mains discussion, I mean optional subject discussion. This is true for our any UPSC preparation, whether it's prelims or GS. If at all there's a smallest of clue that you get, okay, what you are going to get today, this exam, that is the previous exam basically. So what I will do is we will be discussing the previous, almost all of the questions we have already discussed. Okay, but again we will discuss that as a holistic capsule, and we will discuss how to choose, and when you start a question paper what should be done, okay, how to approach a question paper as big as this, okay, how to choose, small techniques of choosing, okay, how to keep a steady head in selecting, okay, based on your choice preferences, based on your strengths and weaknesses. And I will be telling what I will be doing in case if I get a question paper like this, and what you should be doing. So all these things we will be discussing over in our last Sunday session. That is how I have planned. So today hopefully that we finish all the other remaining areas except for India's global concerns. Otherwise all the other areas, hopefully if we finish it today, then it will be easy for us for scheduling and planning our last 2 sessions. So India and Latin American relations. Yesterday we discussed about the other few important aspects of India's relations, especially India-Japan we discussed, India-African relations that we discussed. Any doubt in the yesterday discussion that we had? Any doubts you can ask me now, or online students also. Then and there, yesterday there were many doubts that was asked, not many discussions was fostered. So I like to make these last few sessions extremely interactive. Again, I am not going to make this again in the GS way. So I will not be discussing deeply into the economic relations and all the other stuffs. It will be like holistic in nature, where again we will be looking in the angle of the PSIR, how the balance of power could be constructed, how the structural dynamics vary, how a diplomatic mind will think, all these things. This is how in the PSIR you have to think, but the facts are the same. The facts do not change basically, as you know. The facts are the same. What you read for your GS, you can directly use it in your optional subject. So that is the biggest advantage of this PSIR subject. So you need not read anything special. But to construct an answer, this is where you have to think a little bit outside your GS to construct an answer. Okay. So for example, today we are going to discuss about India-Latin American relations. So generally, if you discuss about India-Latin American relations, generally what they will do is, first they will discuss about holistically about India, Latin America, then they will discuss about the Mercosur and the other groups that is there. Then individually they will take some important countries, like they will be discussing about India and Brazil, they will be discussing about India and Mexico. Now that is how these are very important discussions in GS point of view. But we are not going to take that particular route today. Again, the reason being that you would already read in your GS, so I am not going to repeat it as such. But we will again be constructing it through the other points of view, why at this point of time Nehru did like that, or Indian policymakers did like that, and going forward what could be done, what are the actual challenges that we face. Okay, all those things. So I will also be discussing about how to construct. Okay, that is how you have to think while you are reading your, this India and world syllabus. Okay, so every now and then, whenever, every time repeating, don't think sir is repeating the same thing again. This is to make to make you write a PSIR paper. I am doing this again and again. Okay, this is how a students of political science and international relations should do. When you start reading India and world syllabus for your GS, immediately your mind should think about these theories, what we already discussed. Realism, neo-realism, complex interdependence, neoliberal institutionalism, functionalism, neo-functionalism. For example, today we will be discussing about European Union. And we already discussed how a functionalist theory or a neo-functionalist theory of Ernest B. Haas would discuss about this European Union as a construction of the theory of functionalism, isn't it? Neo-functionalism or functionalism. So this European Union. So this theoretical background you should always have in mind. Once you read this India and European Union relations or India-Latin American relations, that is how you have to approach this particular paper. So many times, many questions have come, many students used to ask me, sir, how to make a difference, how to write differently. Certain questions will be very plain. For example, issues and challenges in India-Brazil relations, if they ask you. This is extremely plain question. For this question, you need not do something completely drastically different from your GS answer. Understood? You need not do anything drastically different from GS answer. What you write in your GS, 80% of the answer will also suffix 80%, I would say even 90%. The same answer you can write for PSIR also, because this is a very plain question. Only what are the extra things that you can do in this particular question if it comes in PSIR is, if at all you know a quote of any important statesman, for example, what Mr. Jaishankar has said, or any other thinker or philosopher who has said about India-Brazil relations, or India-IBSA, something they would have said in the past, or India's BRICS of the past. So, some important quote of an important thinker, analyst, policy analyst, or important statesman or something like that, then you can quote it. Okay. So, these are the extra some 20-30 words that you write. Otherwise, predominantly the same answer. Because the question is very plain. The question is asking about what are the issues and challenges that is available in India-Brazil relations. Okay. So, you need not do something different. But the question is different, like this. How do you construct the India's relation with Brazil in the context of rise of China? Okay. So, you have to understand China is reaching out to all places. Wherever it is going, it is reaching out. Even today, the amount of volume of trade that China has with Latin America, we cannot match. Okay. Of course, for certain countries like Brazil and certain other countries, this is almost even Steven, but we cannot match the way by which China behaves. Correct. So, in the event of rise of China, then all the other theories comes into play. Your balance of power theory comes into play. Your complex interdependence theory comes into play. Using any of these lenses, you should write this particular answer. Okay. So, how the rise of China, so market competition you can use. Certain technical terms immediately comes into play to write this answer, because in this answer, this is not only issues and challenges that is available, it is basically in the context of the rise of China. So, the same question comes in GS, then you need not use lot of technical terms as such. The theory, you can just like in the rise of China, we should also compete, all these things is enough. But if the same question comes in PSIR, then your theoretical knowledge would be tested. Okay, that is the only difference. So, that is how you have to read this topics, guys. Okay, so with this introduction, again and again, every time when I take this international relations topic in the PSIR, I generally go with the same kind of an introduction. I generally go with the same kind of introduction. It is like to make you ready for this challenge. The answer should have to be little bit different. Once you develop that art of constructing an answer like this, then marks will automatically flow in your PSIR. Automatically flow in PSIR. Okay, but this will take some time, definitely. But for example, if you get a lot of direct questions in your answer, in your question paper, then you are very lucky, I would say. Then don't worry about it. You are the most luckiest person. You can get almost 300. Okay, sometimes that happens. Sometimes it happens. You get all questions are direct, like India-Africa relations, India-Latin American relations. All questions are extremely direct. You become so lucky. You write the similar way of GS with one extra quote. You get extra marks and you go. Okay. Sometimes you don't get it that way. Okay. So that is how you have to prepare. Right, guys. So this introduction will go to the India-Latin American relations. Any doubts in the answer construction also you can ask me now, guys. Any doubt in the answer construction, because we are going to finish off this total syllabus in just 3 more classes. So this is the last time that I will be meeting you live. Anytime you come, I will discuss. That's a different story. But last time I am going to meet you live. So any doubts in constructing an answer, how to proceed further, you can definitely ask me. Okay, right. Introduction. Octavio Paz, the Mexican Nobel laureate and ambassador to India in the 1960s, said, India did not enter me through my mind, but through my senses. Okay. It appears that Latin America and India have a sense about each other, but their minds are still to be made up. Okay. See, you have to understand, both Latin America and India have a similar kind of colonial past. But there is a small difference to the colonial past. That is, India has been ruled by British, whereas the Latin American predominantly ruled by the Latin countries. That is the reason it is called the Latin American. Okay, Portuguese and the Spanish. So generally, the British control over Latin America is predominantly less. So technically, their history also varies little bit. Their preferences varies. Their culture varies. Okay, and Latin America is one zone where Indian diaspora is not there hugely. Okay, probably it is one zone where Indian professionals will outnumber the small workers. Okay, because most of the people who go from India, the presence of diaspora is very less. And you know, what is the problem in this is, the past 3 decades of India's rise, whether it is the past 3 decades of India's rise or 4 decades of China's rise, is being fostered by the diaspora of the respective countries. You have to understand that. Okay, it is a Chinese diaspora. Then China opened up in 1978, which took China to the global stage. Yeah, by the way of investment. These are the diaspora that worked. Similarly, Indian diaspora also did the same work, but to the extent of the work done by Chinese diaspora and the Indian diaspora is unmatchable. Okay, we cannot match it. Chinese diaspora has done a huge job for the past 4 decades, but Indian diaspora still lagged behind in that particular aspect. But this is one zone where you do not have great Indian diaspora that is present. So technically, if the past 3 decades, the growth story of India is being driven by the diaspora, then technically the Latin American-India relations will not be very, very good because of the lack of huge presence of Indian diaspora there. America, you do have all of the Asian countries, even African zones, yesterday we saw, we have the presence of Indian diaspora. But here we have the presence of Indian diaspora, but not to that great extent. Oh, that is also one of the reasons why the Indian and Latin American relations have not kicked up so hugely. Okay, it is basically the oil, the crude oil, the diesel, these petroleum things. This is there. This is what we export basically. And otherwise we don't greatly interact. And Brazil, yes, we do interact in a lot of other ways also, because we do have IBSA forum, we did have a IBSA forum, we do have a BRICS, we did have all the other platforms, and they also support us in the international organizations for any of the lobbying and all the stuff. Brazil, yes, certain countries like Brazil we do, Mexico we do. Okay, but for certain other countries we generally don't interact. The reason for the lack of Indian diaspora. That is why you have to understand, right? So, when India became a nation state in 1947, independent Latin America had been around over a century. Okay, so Latin American societies was formed from the descendants of European, in some cases African origin, with relatively scanty indigenous presence. Indian society was almost entirely South Asian, partly molded by British education. Okay, Latin and the America. I hope all of you would be remembering. This is correct time to discuss on the dependency theory. Okay, hope all of you would be remembering what I took in dependency theory. The concept of dependency theory was developed by Paul Baron initially based on his Latin American experience. Okay, based on Latin American experience, as Paul Baron was actually initially posted in the development scheme of the Latin America, there he studied about how Latin America interacts with the US. Then he found that most of the time US has made policies in such a way that the Latin American countries, any of the Latin American countries, are always made dependent on the US. So that is where the initial dependency theory emerges. Okay. Then the dependency theory was taken by Andre Curtin, Frank, Samiraman, and all other people. All these is already discussed. Okay. So that is also, this shows how much the Latin American country was dependent on the US and the Europe and the West, the initial years of the development. Okay. At least in 1970s, they were hugely dependent on the Europe, that is the US and the West. Right, the civilizational differences created a polite distance despite abiding mutual admiration for aspects of each other's culture. India has expanded its global diplomatic and economic footprint this century, but Latin America remains over the horizon in more ways than one. Geographical distance is supposed reason. This does not, however, deter China, whose trade with the region is 6 times that of India. I already told you. China, again they have reached. This is, as yesterday I joked, this is always a relevant point. Wherever, whichever area, you can definitely say the rise of China is a bigger entrance to our relationship. Okay. Nor Indians traveling to the US, whose east and west coasts are far from India, as Sao Paulo and Mexico respectively. You have to understand. See, for India and Latin America, even the ship routes, we do not have direct ship routes basically. Okay. And you know how the ship routes are generally constructed. This is not government driven, it is only private driven. Correct. So why do we not have any direct ship routes? It's because there is no lack of trade that is happening between, no great trade that is happening between India and Latin America. So the ship companies will not be ready to have any direct ship routes. Okay. Once if they don't have any direct ship routes to the Latin American country, then automatically again the trade will get reduced. It's vice versa. Correct. That is how it is. But China do have their own direct ship routes, ship companies operating direct routes between China and Latin America. That is also one of the reasons why Chinese trade is huge in Latin America. Okay. India again have to work. These are the small areas where India have to work, creating a lot of direct ship routes to different continents, different countries, where if there is a lot of direct ship routes, then the trade will be huge. Okay, then based on that we will be benefited, but Indian government and the related private partners not taking steps. That is also one of the concern basically. Everything we will see. Right. Direct air and shipping links are considered uneconomical. Both sides see each other as exotic tourism destinations, but have not achieved critical travel mass. Okay. So we see each other like that, but till now the great tourism has not happened between the two countries. The political and diplomatic relations were established soon after 1947. given the absence of disputes and shared colonial legacy. I think Brazil from 1948 itself, we do have embassy in both the countries. Okay. Early political exchanges identify some common ground but had little political impact. India today hosts 20 Latin American and Caribbean embassies and maintains 14 in that region. Okay. See, they maintain only 14 in that region. Okay. It participates with Brazil, Mexico and Argentina in the G20. Forums of bilateral dialogue, contact with the community of the Latin American states and sub-regional forums provide the matrix for engagement. Okay. Economic complementarity has been evident with Indian companies importing large quantities of hydrocarbons from Venezuela, Mexico, Colombia and Brazil. Edible oils and sugar from Brazil and Argentina. Copper and precious metals from Chile and Peru. Wood from Ecuador. In return, India exports diesel, textiles and manufactured products. Trade accelerated this century at 30% annually to hit 46 billion in 2013-14. It then slowed with the fall of prices of commodities, especially crude oil, which is India's principal import. Okay, so we import crude oil and we export diesel to countries of Latin America. India also did not, from the initial years, did not go with a very good strategic alliance with the Latin American countries. One example is how Brazil reacted when India captured Goa. Okay. And everyone of you know India took Goa with the police action in 1961, if I am not wrong. So when Goa was taken by the Indian police, Brazil was against it because of the colonial legacy. Technically, Brazil is a country which was ruled by Portuguese, and Goa is also a very small region which was ruled by Portuguese in India. Technically, Brazil should have supported India because they also have the colonial past, India also has the colonial past. So they also got independent from the colonial masters like Portuguese. So India also recently got independent from the colonial masters British, and but the small region like Goa is again still being controlled by Portuguese. So India took that by police action. So Brazil should have supported, but Brazil did not support. This shows the lack of Indian diplomacy in approaching to the neighboring countries. Okay, especially not neighboring countries, the colonial countries, especially countries like Brazil. They should have ideally did that, but India did not do. But going forward after 2-3 years, again it normalized. Okay, India and Brazil relations normalized. Why I am telling you this is a strategic partnership with India and Brazil in the very first initial days, or with the Latin American countries did not kick start with the very way that was wanted. Okay, there is a lacuna in India's diplomacy in the initial years. The main drivers of the relationship have trade negotiations with Mercosur. There is a grouping of the few Latin American countries, Chile, Peru. Observer status in the Pacific Alliance, investments in energy, mainly hydrocarbons, and a variety of agreements for. Okay, even 2020, Brazil complained about India's agriculture like Brazil. Okay, once you solve these problems before you go to the multilateral platform, then it becomes easier for you to have a very good bilateral relation with these countries like this. Okay, India again failed in these small areas. Private companies have exploited the economic complementarity to invest and trade in energy, commodities, manufactures and technology to mutual benefit in most cases. Indian companies recognize Latin America as an important market for automobiles, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, engineering goods. Okay. In pharmaceutical exports is one area where even today India outsmarts China. Okay. So if you have to say Latin America, which area is India has outsmarted China, is the pharmaceutical area. India's pharmaceutical companies have a huge presence in the Latin American region, and they actually outsmart the Chinese companies. This is probably one of the zones where India actually outsmarted. Okay. Over 24 Indian IT companies have service and development centers there. Another problem is the lack of English language. See, understand, as I told you, one of the drivers of India's growth is Indian diaspora. The another driver of the India's growth is our knowledge over the English language. Okay, that has actually developed our service sector, especially IT sector and the BPO, business process outsourcing sector. But when it comes to Latin America, most of the people, they do not understand English. So for us, we speak only English. We don't speak their language basically. So that is also one of the reason for lesser kind of these kind of relationship with the Indian region and the Latin American region. A lack of English knowledge, the common link language actually. So both sides have still to identify the ingredients that will propel exchanges and enhance the substance of relationship that is a long way from its true potential. So what are the issues and impediments, right? Though the task would seem more complicated for India, which has to deal with over 20 countries, India's complex political economy also perplexes many Latin Americans. Okay, so we do have a complex political economy. The problem is, as you know, only now we are improving in the ease of business category. I hope all of you would be knowing this. So initial years of starting a company, bringing investment to India, it is not that easy. You have to pass at least some 300 clearances. And most of the company, even though we could argue, so those 300 clearances actually protects our people, the indigenous people, correct. But that will also hinder trade. That is the reason it is always a delicate decision whether you should have so much of clearances to start a business or no clearance to start a business. If you allow the business to be started just like that, then most of foreign investment will come like how the East India Company's investment came. They will always come with only one motive, to take away India wealth and make their country wealthier. Okay, so that is also dangerous. At the same time, if you do have so much of clearances that we have 300, 400 clearances, then no one will come and invest. So we have to find a clear-cut balance. So they should have some regulations, but too much of regulations also reduce the ease of business. So now only India have understood this logic, and only slowly and steadily India is doing lot of things. The liberalization, even though liberalization came in 1990, only now in the 2010, the last phase of the Manmohan Singh government and the latest era of the Modi government, this is where we actually do too much to increase the ease of doing business. Okay, that is the reason we say India's political is a little bit complicated. It is not that easy to invest in a route. Okay, so given a lack of cohesion and relatively shallow levels of Latin American integration compared to ASEAN or the European Union, India transacts business bilaterally and occasionally engages in dialogue at regional level. That is also one of the reasons. ASEAN is a region where there is a huge cohesion between these ASEAN countries, Southeast Asian countries. So when you interact with this ASEAN, then your interaction with all the countries will be easier. But that is not the same with Latin America. The Latin American countries do not have any great cohesion in multilateral way. So you have to bilaterally deal with each and every country separately. You have to have a bilateral ties, or bilateral economic partnership agreements, free trade agreements with the Brazil, with Mexico, and all the other 20 countries that is there. Okay, it is not so easy like how you have a free trade agreement with the ASEAN or a preferential trade agreement with ASEAN and all the other countries. You have an easy flow. Okay, so that is also one of the issues in India having a very, very good relation with Latin American countries, a lack of cohesion among the Latin American states themselves. Okay, so political vicissitudes and fluctuating ideological currents have impacted attempts to build durable friendship. As you know, Argentina again is one place where dictatorship has flourished some now and then. Peronism came, and a lot of political currents, they come and go in countries like Latin America. And India is always a consistent democracy. Even though we had a crisis of democracy very few years during the Indira Gandhi times, and now we discuss about a lot of crisis of democracy during the Modi times, but otherwise we have been a stable democracy, right? But Latin America is not a region we can we say is always had a stable democracy. Yet it's a democracy, but lot of other forces also came in and out of Latin America. The lack of application, insufficient diplomatic attention, linguistic unfamiliarity, absence of a diaspora, that is very, very important, absence of a diaspora. Generally lower stakes than with other international partners have the rapprochement with Brazil during the Lula presidency have given way to more routine, less ambitious exchanges in recent years. This led to the neglect and near demise of the India, Brazil, South Africa IBSA platform created in 2003. Consolidation of democracy and centrist politics helps focus both sides on the essential aspects of their relations. An important element that affects the substance of the relationship is economic health. Indian economy has survived the most recent global downturn and continues growing at over 7% with an optimistic future outlook. Some of India's principal economic partners are struggling. Brazil will grow at only 0.2%, Chile and Mexico at 1.7%, Peru, Colombia and Argentina will do a little better. Okay. So that is also one of the reasons. Okay. India is focused on imports and investments in raw and semi-processed materials. Lower growth may provoke Latin American governments to open their economies and offer more incentives. It can also affect India's exports. Right. With high rates of growth income increasing, Indian demands for energy, food, minerals and other material also increases. As Indian industry expands, it looks more closely at markets covering 600 million middle income customers in Latin America. Okay. Governments and business houses in Latin America recognize the potential India offers as a destination for their resources and source of investment. Okay. They also glimpse opportunities for value addition by leveraging India's strengths, not just in the IT sector, but in renewable energy, automotive industry, pharmaceuticals and other areas. This is the strength areas of India. IT sector, pharmaceuticals, automotive industries are strength areas of India. Okay. So Indian investment in Latin American hydrocarbons, pharma, automobiles, agro processing, engineering, textiles, chemicals, electronics estimated around 20 billion, giving it a stake in Latin American prosperity. Okay. I think Cinepolis is also a cinema. You would have heard about Cinepolis, a cinema hall that is maintained in almost 350 cities in India. Okay. That is from Mexico. Okay. So it's a Mexican company which has started cinema halls in India. Almost some 350 areas they have a cinema hall. It's a Mexican company. Right. So investment is there. This side also the investment is there. That side also investment is there. But a lot of potential is also there. Okay. Latin American business has a much smaller footprint in India. While the Indian market is obviously attractive and the present government emphasizes domestic manufacture by the foreign investors like Make in India scheme. Okay. So what we say, we open it, Make in India, we like to have lot of foreign investors, we like to have lot of foreign investment coming, but you make in India. Okay. So that is how the current government thinks. Many factors, some genuine, others imaginary, still inhibit Latin American business in India. More or less, even though we open up, we ask for a lot of investments to come, there are also small entrances. Just now I told you. Okay. There should be direct ship route, first of all, that is available. So someone is starting a company here, they will also look all the other things also. Okay. They could not be investing in ship routes also, then there will be the total cost of import and export will be huge. Ease of doing business is another area. These are small entrances. This is where the strong government will, the government has to come forward to create lot of other avenues so that it makes the business so easy. The businessman cannot be investing in each and every small thing. Right. So the present government, through its Make in India program, has removed several hurdles to business, but still needs to improve its ranking in the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index from 130 currently. Right now it has also improved a little bit more. Okay, this is a little bit older data. But again, we have to do a lot of things, no doubt in it. In 2015-16, Latin America accounted for less than 3% of India's exports. See, Latin America, only 3% of India's exports go to Latin America. See, and just over 5% of India's imports worldwide. Again, the balance of trade is in favor of Latin America. The composition of trade makes us vulnerable to global economic and technological trends. Right. So, according to India's Directorate General of Foreign Trade, hydrocarbon imports from Latin America declined from 24.5 billion in 2013-14 to 19.99 billion in 2014-15 and to just 10 billion to 15, 16 and 16, 17. Okay. So it is on the problem exists in the case of copper from Chile. Given the precarious situation faced by the exports to India, Latin American governments focus on better terms. Right. More dynamic regimes are negotiating lowering of trade and non-tariff barriers and investment incentives, but there is little talk of major initiatives such as institutional financing or infrastructure projects. Okay, so there should be more talk on this institution financing. Oh, institution, we have to create institutions for financing. India do not basically, there are a lot of institutions in Latin America, okay, where they fund Latin American businesses, but India do not directly take part, but China do take part in Latin American business houses, the Latin American banking houses, so that this trading could be facilitated. Again, India lags behind. China is one step ahead of us, even in that institutional financing aspect. There are many reasons we can say why India lags behind, sir. Why India always lags behind China. There are many reasons. One is, as we already discussed, India never had a strong government for a very, very long time before this Modi government that has come. Okay, before that, a very, very long time. We can say from the day India opened up, we had run only coalition governments. Okay. This is one of the problems of coalition government. Okay. Narasimha Rao, that is the reason many people in foreign policy, they will hail Narasimha Rao. Okay. In spite of the fact that he ran a coalition government, he beautifully opened up. He beautifully opened up, created policies, and he opened up and brought investments and steadied the sinking ship. That was a great thing that Narasimha did. And after that, we did have a lot of coalition governments, whether it's the UPA government or the NDA government, but we do not have any single party rule. So when you have a coalition government, a lot of coalition partners at stake, you cannot take some strong decisions like this. Okay, that is one of the advantage of China. Since it's an authoritarian government, they generally don't worry about decision making at all. Okay, whatever that is the Communist Party, the leadership of the Communist Party takes responsibility for each and everything. Okay, so they automatically decide, okay, for this shipping route, we will decide this way. For this country, this economy, okay, we will start special economic zones. Even though it's a loss for 2 years, we will see it. Because there is that decision. There is no one to question them. But here is not the case. Even every small thing that is done, a government has done, immediately the opposition will question. See, that is how the opposition, as I already told you, when Rajiv Gandhi brought computers, it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, LK Advani who sat in streets and fought against those particular innovative. But the history shows it is actually Atal Bihari Vajpayee who is the person, when he came to power in 2000, did break this computer education, the revolution in IT sector took place hugely. This is all the opposition could do. Okay. When this UPA government brought lot of schemes, this is the same BJP government was against it. But now what the BJP government is doing, they are also doing the same thing which the UPA did earlier. That is the problem of politics in countries like democratic countries like India. But China, you don't have any such problem. The Communist Party takes ownership, take all tough decisions, so the trade and other finances and all the other decisions, they take it so that they can reach out any place so easily. Right? So India's average tariff on Latin American agricultural goods was 65%, more than 5 times China's average tariff of 12.5%. See how much tariff we put for the Latin American agricultural goods. Okay, so it's a huge tariff that we put. Okay, even though Latin American tariffs on Indian goods were lower, 9.8% on manufacturers. So we send our manufacturers goods, correct? So 9.8% only, they were well above the OECD range of 4 to 6%. Again, so we have to sit and talk about this tariff reduction. Unless and until the tariff reduction is not there, then technically huge amount of flow of trade between India and Latin America is not possible. If you put 65% of our agriculture goods, India can justify by saying that we put so much of the agriculture because we have to protect our own indigenous agriculturalist also. So much of import from the Brazil or the other Latin American countries will hamper our indigenous. That is one argument that India could definitely give. But the problem is also same with China. Correct? But China could actually foster some 12.5% of tariff only. So now automatically then the trade with China will be more than what they trade with India. Technically, okay. Similarly, again, Indian manufactured goods is 9.8%. Again, Brazil could argue. I mean, the Latin American countries, Brazil, Mexico could argue. They also have to leverage their indigenous manufacturers, their business houses. But we have to sit and talk about a parity in all these things. Right? A 10% reduction in average tariffs on Indian products could increase exports of Indian goods by 36% to Chile and Argentina. See. So this is where our policy makers should come on table and discuss. Okay, the tariff that we put is huge basically. So let's reduce the tariff so that more trade is possible. Right. Physical connectivity, a vital element for future of growth of trade was another obstacle identified, especially the high cost of transport. As I told you, there's no direct ship routes, no direct physical connectivity. Then cost of transport will be huge only. Okay, you can argue, sir, only if the more trade happens, then the shipping companies will find it profitable to run direct ship routes. Correct. But as long as this does not happen, the trade will also not increase. So the problem is twofold. So someone have to give. At least the government has to give incentives to start a lot of shipping routes for shipping companies. You start a lot of shipping routes to Latin America. I'll give you subsidy. I'll help you for the initial 2-3 years. So let's see how the trade goes, or any other agreement that goes with the shipping companies, bigger shipping corporations. The government should fund from the initial years, but Indian government is not ready to do it. Right? India, unlike China, has no direct shipping services to the region. The dispersed nature of Latin American populations and markets makes transport costs from India more relevant for Indian exports, vice versa Latin American exports to India, which consist largely of bulk commodity shipments. So small shipments, it is not possible, that is not also profitable. Only bulk commodity shipments is profitable. All other countries and markets in the region, given problems of infrastructure and connectivity. This is true with all regions, I would say. But why here we are discussing a lot is this is one region we do not have anything. Okay. Other regions will be limited. That could also, you can write it, the limited direct routes between India and certain African countries, you can also write about it. Direct connectivity. No institutional attempt has been made to ensure viability of direct shipping connections or even warehousing facilities by either side. Unlike other players in Latin America, US, Europe, China, Japan, Korea, India has still to consider participation in the Latin American financial institutions like Inter-American Development Bank, which I just now I told you, Indian Development Corporation, the Central American Bank, etc. Okay, so it makes this trade possible. India lacks in all these areas. Indo-Latin American business has made a mark through ventures such as Birla Group, acquisitions in Brazilian aluminium industry, Brazilians Genda's acquisition of the steel plant in India, Marco Polo Tata joint venture for bus chases in India, over 350 cinema screens acquired and run by Mexico's Cinepolis in India, assembly lines of auto companies Mahindra and Hero in South America, UPL's presence in the Latin American agrochemical market, extensive operations by Indian pharma companies all over Latin America, and the overarching investments of the billions of dollars by India's state companies in hydrocarbon exploration in Brazil, Colombia and Venezuela. These are areas where we are working very good, but still a lot of potential is there. A lack of sufficient institutional presence and market intelligence, however, may be the reason for some setbacks. Most spectacular was the Bolivian Mutant iron ore and steel project undertaken by the Indian steel major Jindal in 2006, which projected investment over $2 billion. This was terminated by an angry Bolivian government in 2012, alleging lack of timely investment by Jindal. You also saw the same thing in Iran. Okay, lack of timely investment in the Chabadar port, the other link. This is one problem with India and Indian companies basically. We forge a lot of ties, but when it comes to investment, mobilizing money and investing on time, India lag behind a lot. Okay, where the countries like China or any other country, they do it swiftly as possible. Right? A more serendipitous relationship thrives in the IT sector. IT sector, India has always been lucky. Over 2 dozen Indian companies have set up development and service centers, including business process outsourcing all over the Latin America. The nearshoring model relies on Indian software and expertise, Latin American human resources, advantage of working in American time zones. Right? With just a few hundred technicians back home, Indian software majors employ, train and empower tens of thousands of locals. So they go there, train their locals there, leverage their language capabilities for the North American, European and local markets, and avoid the need for long-term visas for the more Indian employees. Okay. Because their language is different. There is also a problem. So you cannot, it is not like a British speaking, English speaking area where you take our employees there. So there is no other option that Indian companies should go there. They have to train their people there in their language, and then they have to work for money. That's the only possibility. So India's recent economic prowess owes much to the intrepid diaspora, especially in the developed world, but also in Asia and Africa, that we just now saw. The English-speaking diaspora in the Eastern Caribbean carries little influence in the Latin America, which hosts small communities of Indian origin, mostly in trade and services. So it's a very, very small community that we have in Latin America, Indian diaspora. There are almost no settled Indian origin industrialists or businessmen with the heft to act as nuclei in Latin America for the erstwhile compatriots or catalyze investment from that to India, a model that has created vibrant linkages with other countries. Okay. This is something that definitely we cannot do anything about it, because India do not have any natural diaspora that is present there. Okay. So their modest economic conditions do not generate the levels of remittances nor tourism to warrant attention bestowed on communities of Indian origin elsewhere. Most of the people, they do not know about a country like India. Okay, they do not even know, because we do not have even common cricket match or like any common sports as such. The sports of Latin America is different, the sports of India is different. Okay, so we don't play football that much, they don't play cricket that much. So something they do not know, even most of the public. And I think you would have known, one time Maria Sharapova doing the Twitter asked who Sachin Tendulkar. That was a bigger issue in India. But honestly, if you think, how come a Russian will be knowing about Sachin Tendulkar, about in India? Most of the Russians even do not know about a country like India. The reason being, there is no natural ties that is present. Okay, sports and culture is the natural tie, the same religion if it is there, or any sport that is there, any cultural event that everyone watch, cinema if it is there, then naturally you will be knowing about these countries. But Latin America is a zone where Indian cinemas don't go there, or their cinemas don't come here. Neither we have a same common religion as such, no great common sport as such, which we commonly see. So that is also one of the areas of concern between India and Latin America. We always see themselves as distant, they also see ourselves as distant. Okay, most of the people do not know any names of the countries. Okay, of Indians, they do not know the names of the countries of Latin America. Right. This may be the only region where professionals outnumber settlers from India. Okay. Most of the people, because the lack of traditional diaspora, only these people have gone there. Right. Lack of fluency in Spanish and Portuguese. Okay, just now I told you. That is also one of the reasons. The major disadvantage of Indian companies' growth, whose growth is consequently often dependent on their local collaborators. Okay. We have always grown only whenever the diaspora is there, the English language is there. Whenever both is absent, we have not thrived. But China has thrived everywhere. That is the greatest growth story of China. Okay. They have thrived everywhere, wherever there is no diaspora, even there is no common language, still they have thrived. But India, the case of India is not that. Okay. Unfamiliarity with India's ethos and also burdens Latin American companies in India. Okay. They always used to say the Latin American ethical life is completely different from the Indian way of ethical life. Okay. There is always allegation on Latin America. Latin America is one zone where women is not respected usually. Okay, a lot of allegation. I hope you would have known about this, especially the countries like Brazil. There is an allegation that they don't even treat women on par. But India is a country Even though we have a lot of women oppression, but the respect that we give to our culture, how it gives respect to the women and certain things, is completely different from how Latin American people see their own way of life. Okay, so students of Spanish in India are growing in number. More consciousness of Latin American culture and conditions is missing. Okay, again, if you have to develop any good ties between India and Latin America, then the learning of Portuguese and Spanish should increase in the Indian subcontinent. The more students should come. Okay, only then because now we see a lot of people learn French, a lot of people learn Russian also. Okay, learning Russian. Okay, all these things they do, but I have never seen any people voluntarily going and reading Spanish. Okay, German also they read. In India, at least in Chennai, German, French and Russian languages, I have seen many students reading it as an extra language. But I have not even seen one person reading a Spanish language. That is also a lack of concern. This is where Indian government should come in with a lot of cultural centers which promote Spanish language, which promote Portuguese language, where you have to allow Indian companies to learn Spanish, Indian students to learn Spanish and Portuguese. Once they start to learn this as a language, then they start to look for opportunities in countries where Portuguese is spoken, the countries where Spanish is spoken. Then technically they will go for Latin American countries. Okay. This point of argument you can put to all regions, even for China also you can put the same point of argument. Okay, so again, we don't find many cultural centers in India which teach Mandarin language, correct? Mandarin language. We don't have many cultural centers in India. In Chennai, we do have a lot of cultural centers which speak French, which train French language, German language, Russian language, but for Mandarin, we still lack. This is where Indian government should come. They should take a lot of opportunities. We should start a lot of cultural centers where they teach a lot of foreign languages to youngsters, like a Portuguese, a Spanish, a Mandarin. So once the people start to learn these languages, then they will start looking. Once they become confident, they start applying for those jobs also. Looking for companies that work in Spanish region, working in the Portuguese region. You understood? Okay, what is the way forward? The hiatus between the content and the potential of the relationship. When comparing Latin America's relationship with China or even South Korea, calls into the question the commitment of both sides. Okay. So we can question ourselves whether both sides are really committed, whether the Latin American countries like Brazil or Argentina or even Mexico are really committed to have a very, very good ties with India. India is our side, are really committed to have a very good relationship with these Latin American countries. We can question it. In this century of frenetic diplomacy, lack of vision or even comprehension leads to mental blocks that impede interaction. India and Latin America need to better understand each other's political reality, endowments, capabilities and priorities beyond the experience of transitory diplomats. Okay. Both sides need to define their priorities after realistically assessing their capabilities and prospects of engagement. Okay, this calls for a thorough strategy. Latin America acts through multiple layers of regional and sub-regional organizations. So arguably, India needs to take the lead in identifying and activating the principal actors and forums. This is very important. With respect to ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries, there is one more successful ASEAN. So your constant interaction with ASEAN will foster you trade with all the regions, all the small countries in the ASEAN region. But this is not the case with Latin America. We have seen Latin America, there is no one good organization will comprehensively, like how South Asia. See, just because you interact with SAARC nation, you cannot interact with all the South Asian, because SAARC is not that interconnected zone. So, if you have to interact with the South Asian region, then you have to have lot of multilateral or bilateral agreements with these independent countries. You cannot have with only SAARC. So, the connectivity or the integration of the Latin American region is also very less. Similarly, the integration of the South Asian region also very less. It is not like a way Asia or the European Union is, where the great integration is available. So again, when these two areas want to have a very good trade, then a lot of political will should be there. Okay, we have to identify from our side which is the good forum so that we can have a very good relationship. Understood? This is where from the first I am telling you that Indians failure of the Indian diplomacy is one of the major reasons for why India do not have a very good relationship with the Latin American countries. This you can definitely argue. Okay, this particular point you can definitely argue. Okay, there are few zones where Indian diplomacy has failed over the years. One zone is this Latin America. Yeah. Because of the lack of two great drivers. One is the Indian diaspora, another one is English language. Okay. Always the Indian diplomacy for the past 30 years has been driven only behind these two great drivers. Okay. Wherever these two are absent, Indian diplomacy actually failed. Okay. Right. The articulation of the strategy should start with a hard look at the status of the current relationship. This should include elements of India-CELAC joint statement of 2012 following the first meeting of foreign minister level. It's an organization, CELAC. The statement identified political, economic and technological and other areas of actual potential collaboration. In most cases, the commitments remain on paper. You jump, you form a lot of agreements, but you don't implement it. Okay, it only remains on paper. Even the minimal pledge to hold annual foreign ministerial meetings has not been fulfilled. The prime mover is political will, as I told you. So, India lacks political will. Also, from the other side, we can argue they also lack a political will to greater extent. Almost all the recent Indian prime ministerial visits to that region have been in connection with multilateral events. Okay. Both sides need to pay more attention to each other. The need for the higher profile for Latin America in Indian diplomacy is paramount. This has happened with Southeast Asia and Africa. Okay. Summit meetings have been organized, trade and other agreements signed, and considerable official funds invested in infrastructure and other projects to upgrade those relationships. India's trade with 54 countries in Africa, around $70 billion, is comparable with trade with 34 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in volume and composition. Yet the attention to Africa is impressive in comparison. Okay. In other words, we don't give so much of attention to this region, Latin American region. The political initiatives need to be supported by economic and social interaction. Consolidation of juridical matrix through agreements for investment, protection, avoidance of double taxation, extradition, immigration, lines of credit, elimination of regulatory hurdles, etc. are as important as the forums that institutionalize dialogue between governments and other stakeholders. The problem with country like India is, most of the time, the bigger criticism on India's policy making is that they basically go for the incremental public policy making. What does this incremental public policy making is? For example, you become an IFS officer, administrative officer. There is a small country in question. For example, there are a lot of structural hindrances, structural dynamic that has been created between India and Latin American relations. So you come to that particular post, you become one of the think tank to devise new strategies. What you will do is, ideally, you will study what are the previously existing practice. For example, 1 minute. For example, the practice says the tariff between India and Latin American countries is 65%. Then you become one of the important person, the decision making, then you will increment it. You would say, okay, 65% is too high. Why can't we make it 60%? That's it. Okay. You don't look into the root cause of the problem, why it is fixed as 65% and what is the benefits. You have to analyze the total market and you have to remove the hindrances rewrite the total agenda from the scratch so that you derive at a more scientific tariff policy. That is the best way of doing it, but Indians won't generally do it. That is one of the criticism on India's policy making. What they will do is, they will not go for these time consuming scientific analysis of public policy. Rather, they will come and sit, okay, it is 65% and I found that 65% is not working, let's make it 60, that's it, they will go. They will not have any great scientific understanding from the scratch, they will not do it. This is one of the wrong way or the easy way of deriving a public policy. This is one of the criticism of India. But what is the ideal way? Ideal way of making a public policy is, okay, you see that India and Latin American trade relations is not happening. There are many reasons to it, and one reason is 65%, and now you have to understand why the previous think tank has fixed that as 65%. Now let's discuss from the scratch. You have to take everything. Okay, you have to take all the stakeholders, have a meeting with all the stakeholders, and you have to remove all the hindrances. Scientifically from the scratch, you have to derive at a new philosophy or a new point. Okay, why I am going to put this tariff. Okay, this is how a normal public policy is done in most countries, but India always lags behind in making public policy. They always go for the more easiest way. This is a criticism on Indian policy making. Criticism on India's policy making. They always go for the incremental policy making. Okay, they sit, they don't go for many time consuming strategies for anything, not only foreign policy, all things, even a domestic policy. Okay, they don't look into the earlier data, why the previous policy makers have come with this, what they have derived it. They don't look into it. Okay, previously government has given subsidy of 1000 rupees. Now I will give 1200 rupees. That's it. See, previously they have given subsidy of, for them incrementing 200 rupees subsidy is a bigger thing. But there will not be any scientific analysis behind it. Why they have come to 1000 and what are the hindrances of giving a subsidy for a particular product for 1000 rupees. How giving a subsidy affects the international export and import. What is the data? You understood? Nothing they will analyze. They will say, okay, previously we were giving 1000, now our indigenous agriculturists are protesting, farmers are protesting, so let me give 1200. This is not the way of doing a public policy. That is why many analysts, foreign policy experts and many analysts say that is one of the major reasons why India cannot scientifically redesign their interaction with the outside world. Okay, you have to start it from the scratch, redraw from the scratch, like how we do. For example, when the first time we clear prelims examination, we go to the mains examination and I fail in the mains examination. The second time again I cleared prelims examination, I went to the mains examination, I went to the interview, I failed the interview, and again coming back to the scratch. I will not allow this continue for eternally, because say one time it's okay. Second time also I failed the interview. Again, third time again I failed in the mains. Then I have to take some time out and redraw my strategic planning from the start. There are many students who will allow it eternally. Okay, they will not again redraw their strategic planning from the scratch. Eternally again interview, they will think, okay, next time already I have gone till interview, so next time I will again I will go to mains. This does not work sometimes. Sometimes you have to go back to the drawing room. From the scratch, you have to analyze how you prepared for your prelims, mains and interview. Why continuously or 3 years continuously going till the interview and you don't get into the service. What lacks? From the scratch you have to draw. Again you come back and do it. Okay, this is how you scientifically draw. This is true for all professions, all policy making. Cricketers, they always used to say, sometimes what you do, you might be a Virat Kohli, no problem. But suddenly you are not going scoring runs in some region. You go back to the scratch, from the basics of your defense mechanism you relearn, come back, you show who you are. That is how it works. But this is the problem with India. Okay, most of the foreign policy experts point this as a problem for the lack of interaction of India and the outside world. Got it? Right. Then analysis of the synergies on offer will help engender counterparts on both sides, which will serve as a lobby for common interest. Examples are agricultural and scientific research institutes. Areas of strength and complementarity need to be studied in depth, as I told you. Okay. Everything from the scratch we have to do it. Latin American prowess in agriculture, renewable energy, social engineering can be reciprocated by India's advances in software, outer space and biotechnology. India's Department of Commerce has in place a Focus Latin America and Caribbean Focus LAC program in place since 1997, extended periodically, most recently till 2019. The program basically provides finance and assistance for Indian exporters to Latin America. It recently began to negotiate free or preferential trade agreements with key Latin American countries. Expansion of Brazil, they already signed, I suppose. Expansion of existing PTAs with Chile and Mercosur, and commencement of negotiations for similar agreements with Peru, Ecuador and Colombia. This engagement needs to be intensified to overcome resistance from local lobbies in India and Latin American countries struggling with their balance of payments. So once you go for a bigger trade deal, there are a lot of local lobbies will be there. Okay, many farmers would come, many workers union will come, many manufacturing union will come. They would say, if you import this product, that will affect our business, and they will say n number of things. They will lobby. But this is where government has to be a mediator, find a common thing which is good for our consumers, which is good for our balance of payment, which is good for the India's future growth. Okay. Sometimes the person who is lobbying, it might be a farmer, it might be a small manufacturing company, they will do lobby for their own benefit. They will not be knowing the larger Indian picture at mind. They will not be having it. They only know, for me, I am having sugarcane. So if you import lot of sugarcane, that will hamper my business. So they will lobby, don't import sugarcane. To put lot of, that is from their side they are right. But India as a whole, as a country, the policy maker should not think only about one farmer in one region. It is about India as a whole. Okay, only they know the total picture. Only those policy makers should know the total picture. Okay, what is beneficiary in allowing the sugarcane to be imported from country like Brazil, okay, or any other agriculture product to be imported, and reducing the tariff of importation, okay, for such an import, or the customs for that is put for such an import. What is the overall benefit, the cost benefit analysis, plus and minuses. This total picture, a normal farmer will not be knowing. He only lobbies for his self-interest. Good for them in the longer one, but Indian government lacks in all these diplomacies, either in the foreign sector or also among the public. This is where the democracy, as I already told you, is also an entrance. You have a lot of communist party here, they fight, even a very, very small thing they fight. The government should have a very good political will to go forward the very good policy. If it's a bad policy, that is okay. Even for good policies, they will protest. Okay, that is there. So China's extensive soft power in the region through Confucius Institutes. China extends its soft power in the region through Confucius Institutes, strong academic linkages, language proficiency and propagation. Okay. The spread of its film industry threatens to overshadow the popular image India's Bollywood enjoys but has failed to commercialize. Indian establishment would do well to strengthen aspect of the relationship that distinguishes India from China. These would include India's civilizational strength, democratic governance, which depends transparency, accountability and multilateral issues, where Latin America identifies more closely with India than with China. Although India enjoys very positive image as a civilization that spawned yoga, classical dance, music and other exposure. Brazil, the yoga has been very famous. India's yoga is very, very famous in Brazil basically. Okay, so this lacuna was historic and linguistic roots. Attempts to remedy it are half-hearted. Cultural approximation is essential if populations on both sides are to gain a more authentic appreciation of each other's realities. It will also help create the necessary workforce as economic and commercial relations grow, not to mention tourism. Eventually, linkages between academic institutions, think tanks, media, and other stakeholders will provide the institutions will need to sharpen their focus with official assistance where necessary. There has been some degree of collaborative diplomacy on issues such as climate change, international trading rules, the struggle against terrorism and organized crime. Strategic sectors like defense, armament, outer space, etc. have witnessed peripheral exchanges, but nothing amounting to even arrogant definition of specific common interests. Okay. Any doubt in this India-Latin American relations, guys? This is not extensive, as I already told you. Apart from this, you should also read separately India-Brazil and India-Mexico, and is very important. But anyway, that is from your GS also. So separately for your PSIR, this knowledge is enough. Any doubt in this? India-Latin American relations, online students, we have not interacted. Any doubt till now? You can ask me. Put PSIR at the top, so that will become easy for me. Okay, Latin America. Now we will move from Latin America to India and European Union. Okay. Hope all of you would be knowing what is the European Union. So, European Union is an organization of some 27 European countries, okay, in the Europe, and we cannot say it's a purely a federation. At the same time, we cannot say it's a purely a confederation. It is somewhere between the federation and the confederation, but we can say it's a kind of a federation. Okay. So, European Union is something that has developed from, say, at least from 1948 they developed. The biggest event comes in the treaty around 1958. Then from on slowly and steadily many communities come, many as the functionalism of Ernest B. Haas, neo-functionalism of Ernest B. Haas argued. The initial era of collaboration was functional in nature. A lot of economic community that was created. The initial inner six was basically a defense agreement that was started around 1948, whom we call it as inner six of European Union. And from then economic cooperation happens, then other cooperations in technology and all the other things happens. And slowly and steadily, as Ernest B. Haas has argued, the countries inside the European Union was ready to even forego their sovereignty in certain regions. Okay, so European Parliament was created, European Council was created, a Eurozone was created. Okay, a Eurozone is a place where they take a common currency. Okay, so all the countries, around 20 countries of the European Union, and also one country who is not a European Union also has come into the European Eurozone. So all these things, what they do, they take the common currency called as euro, okay, and they forego their local currency and they create their own zone of market. And there is also a Schengen agreement that is there. So there is nothing but there is no requirement of visa when this go to this particular region. That is again some 22 countries is part of this particular agreement, not total European Union. And there are also 2 countries which is not part of this European Union, also part of this Schengen agreement. So this is how the European Union is projecting outside. Okay, so they try to project themselves outside as a holistic economic bloc, a holistic bloc where their sovereignty is shared in certain areas. Certain areas, the independent country cannot make decisions because they are signatory to the European Union. So their decision will be dependent upon the decision of the European Union. That is the reason we call this sharing of sovereignty. Okay, so European Union, that is the reason we say it's a part of federation as well as a part of confederation. Okay, so it's somewhere in the middle, they say. So European Union, it's a one-time experiment. It's a sui generis organization. It's a one-time experiment. It's kind of an experiment which is never done before or is not been emulated by other countries. Okay, where you have a kind of integrated whole. They project themselves as an integrated whole in certain areas, but in other areas. Okay, it is not like a purely American federation, where a California, the Massachusetts, or the New Jersey, or the New York have completely lost their independence to American Federation. It is not that way. Okay. Or it is not also like a confederation of Austria-Hungary, only for defense purposes they had, for all the other purposes they were independent whole. So it is neither a purely a federation, nor it's a purely a confederation like Austria-Hungary, but it is somewhere in the middle, where in some zones, some areas, the European Union has shared their sovereignty with all the other countries. So European Union decides certain areas they are independent. Okay, this is what a small introduction about the European Union, guys. Right. How do India have its relationship with this European Union? Okay. India enjoys traditionally good relations with the European Union and its member states. Okay, as just now I told you, whether it's France or German and even Britain, initially it was there, right? So we have a very good relationship, cultural relations, a lot of cultural centers in India which train German language, which train French language, and English is very common to us. So we do have a very good cultural relationship with most of the countries, independent countries that is there in the European Union also. Okay. So in 1962, India was the first developing country to establish diplomatic relations with the European community. So bilateral relationship was extended with various cooperation agreements in 1973, 1981 and 1994. The European Union India Enhanced Partnership Agreement 1996 appreciated India's economic successes after the liberalization in 1991. With the first summit meeting in Lisbon in 2000, the European Union acknowledged India's new global importance after the end of Cold War. Since that time, India belongs to a small group of countries that include the United States, China, Russia, Japan and Canada among others, with whom European Union holds regular summits. Again China comes there. That is why you have to look into it. Okay. The Hague Summit in November 2004 under British European Union presidency marked another milestone in the bilateral relationship because both sides agreed to enter into strategic partnership. In November 2005, European Union has adopted an ambitious and wide-ranging joint action plan which set the course of the future European Union-India strategic partnership. India and the European Union are often described as natural partners, which is described by Gomes. Okay, this you can put in the introduction. If any relation also, if someone the question comes like this, sketch the India-European Union relations, then you can say India and European Union are often described as natural partners as described by Gomes. Okay, so you can start this as an introduction and go. So because they share common values like democracy and the commitment to a plural society, and moreover have coinciding interests, for instance in the fight against terrorism. So naturally we are partners. Okay. But India remained also a difficult partner for the European Union in many global governance forums, as it has pursued different positions in, for instance, in trade, security, environment, climate policy. Definitely that would be the case. The reason being, they are a grouping of highly developed countries. Anywhere we cannot match. West versus east, they are west, we are east. North versus south, they are north, we are south. Developed versus underdeveloped, developed versus developing, they are developed, we are developing. Okay. So any kind of classification, we cannot compare with us to the European Union. So definitely the opinions of the countries in European Union or European Union as a whole will be different from that of India. Okay. We have our own positions basically. This has triggered a critical debate about the partnership being a charade. Okay, Jaffalet. Okay, so this also you can quote it if it is a PSIR paper. Okay. A loveless arranged marriage, Khandekar. Okay, he says India-European relation is a loveless arranged marriage. about being at the risk of stagnation and political marginalization. So, Von Munchoff. Okay, any of this quote you can write it, but don't write everything. Okay, at least 2-3 you can write it. Just being characterized by friendly disinterest. Okay, for PSIR only, for GS don't use this. Okay, so but despite the justified complaints, the overall relations between the Europe and India remain very good, especially when the perspectives widened beyond European Union, when the number states, especially France, Germany and United Kingdom, as well as their specific bilateral interest and long-standing relations with India are taken into account. Independent from the European Union framework, all three countries have their own strategic partnership agreements with India, underlying the importance of their respective bilateral relationship, that is France, Germany and United Kingdom. These are the three countries. Okay. Common interests of India and the European Union were formulated in the Strategic Partnership Agreement and the Joint Action Plan. The first draft of the European Union emphasized topics like democracy, human rights, conflict prevention, whereas India put a stronger focus on economic and technological cooperation. Okay, that is the reason we say we are natural partners. Okay, wherever European Union goes, okay, because as we have to understand, European Union also subscribes to the idea of democracies don't go to war. It is not just America that subscribes. Okay, it is also the NATO, it is also the European Union. All these countries similarly they have the more or less the same kind of ideology. They believe democracies don't go to war. Okay, and they always try to propagate democracy in any of their relationship. So, for them, India is a natural partner, because wherever any agreement they want to foster, they will have a clause on human rights, which India can definitely follow. Okay, or a clause of human democracy or other things, India can definitely do it. So, this is where India and Europe are very close to each other. Both sides agreed on 5 key areas of cooperation. What are they? Strengthening dialogue and consultation mechanisms, deepening political dialogue and cooperation on human rights, democracy, regional cooperation, multilateralism, peacekeeping, terrorism and non-proliferation. This is the only area of concern basically, but we have not signed non-proliferation treaty, but it does not mean that we support non-proliferation. Okay, we support proliferation, I am sorry. We do support non-proliferation, but we have our own reservations basically in signing NPT. Otherwise, India do not proliferate, do not support, endorse the view of proliferating this nuclear. Right. So, bringing together people and cultures with a focus on strengthening academic exchange, enhancing economic policy dialogue and cooperation with a focus on industry, science, technology, transport and environment and energy. Developing trade and investment, the generic nature, okay, so which we have. The common interest of India formulated, okay. 3 years later, in 2008, the plan was updated. The 2008 Joint Action Plan review contained a review of accomplishment related to the goals of 2005 JA. The updated document also identified 4 new activities with the objective of promoting international peace and security and working together towards achieving economic progress, prosperity and sustainable development. So, what are they? Promoting sustainable development, promoting research and technology, promoting people-to-people cultural exchanges. One of the goals listed in the 4th section is to strengthen dialogue between 2 parliaments. Okay. It's a very generic cooperation we wanted to foster. So, how is the specific cooperation? First, we will see the economic cooperation between India and European Union. European Union is India's 3rd largest trading partner, accounting for 62.8 billion worth of trade in goods in 2020, are 11.1% of total Indian trade after China's 12% and the US 11.7%. The European Union is the second largest destination for Indian exports after the USA. Right. So, India is the European Union's 10th largest trading partner, accounting for 1.8% of European Union total trade in the goods in 2020. Well behind China, but again, okay, well behind China, USA and the UK. The trade in goods between European Union and India increased by 12.5% in the last decade. Okay. Even though we say this is the 10th largest partner, we are the second largest, third largest trading partner, we have to understand European Union is not one country. It is basically a continent. Okay, it's basically half of maybe all of the developing countries, at least more than half of the developing countries are there. Okay, so in that case, India should have did much better what they have done actually. Okay, so trade and services between the European Union and India reached 32.7 billion in 2020. The European Union's share in foreign investment inflows to India more than doubled from 8% to 18% in the last decade, making the European Union the first foreign investor in India. Okay, again, you have to take this with a pinch of salt. European Union is not a country, it is basically a zone. Okay, so all 27 countries investing is not a big deal. Basically, it should have been more. European Union foreign direct investment stocks in India amounted to 75.8 billion in 2009, which is significant, but way below European Union foreign investment stocks in China. Again and again, we have to compare ourselves with China, because the question also comes only that way. Okay, that is the reason I am comparing. Why I am comparing is, question also every time that comes, now they try to put China in the middle and ask. Okay, they might not be directly asking you what is India's European relations, but in the context of China is always a potential question, at least with PSIR. That is the reason for everything I have given a comparison chart with China. Okay, so anything that comes, you can write this. Some 6,000 European companies are present in India, providing directly 1.7 million jobs and indirectly 5 million jobs in the broad range of sectors. Okay. So, see how the trade in goods has happened. These diagrams you can see at home in leisure also. I hope I think all of you are taking my advices very seriously. Economic survey for our syllabus, all of us must read that particular chapter of economic survey, India's foreign trade. Okay, the diagrams would be there, lot of new formulas, I mean lot of new concepts would be there. Okay, 30-40 pages. Sit, read it, observe it. Okay, how the trade has gone, how India have interacted. Okay, very, very important. This is old data. New data is with you in the economic survey. Right. So 2018, 2019, 2020. See, imports and exports as of now is almost close. Okay, before that imports was huge, exports was lesser, and 2018 exports was huge. So almost it is even Steven between India and European Union for the years, past years. Again, when it comes to foreign direct investment, see how the outward stocks and the inward stocks have come. The inward stocks is very less. Okay, so inward stocks is very less. The outward stocks is both. So the balance of women definitely will be in the favor of the European Union only. So again, European Union, India. So the inward stocks that has come is very, very less when it comes. Okay, again we have to work on this particular area. Okay. In order to further intensify their economic relations, India and European Union have entered into negotiations on a bilateral trade and investment agreement (BTIA) in 2007. However, original deadline of 2009 could not be realized since India's main interest seemed to be shallow FTA, whereas European Union pursuing a deep integration agenda. Okay, this is how this person has said. Okay. no breakthrough would be achieved until today. On 8th March 2021, the European Union and the Indian leaders agreed to resume negotiation for a balanced, ambitious, comprehensive and mutually beneficial trade agreement and to launch separate negotiations on an investment protection agreement and another agreement on geographical indications. Okay. They agreed to link trade negotiations to finding solutions to long-standing market access issues. This is the issue where we are fighting in the World Trade Organization, market access, right? Market access issues. Additionally, leaders agreed to set up dialogue on WTO issues as well as joint working groups on regulatory cooperation and resilient supply chains. Okay. So, all developed countries will have this problem. Okay, because what they do, they give subsidies just like that. Okay, so they give lot of subsidies, and technically what will happen, that will not be any competitive price for their companies. Okay, so a European Union company can give an output at very lesser price because of the kinds of subsidy they get from their company, from their country, especially for agriculture products. Okay. That is a major concern for countries like India. So, we always fight in the WTO, right? So, this problem will always be there with any kind of a developed country. According to European Union, India's trade regime and regulatory environment remains relatively restrictive. Technical barriers to trade, TBT, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, deviation from international standards and agreements, as well as discrimination based on legislative or administrative measures by India affect a wide range of sectors including goods, services, investment and public procurement. The European Union wants India drastically reduce its tariffs for automobiles, wine, spirits. They want India to reduce it, right? Moreover, the European Union pressing for greater market access in the service sector, especially in the banking, retail, telecommunication, legal and accounting services. They want, but we do not reduce the tariff so that we protect our own indigenous businessmen there. Right. India, on the other hand, is pressing for better market access to European Union for fruits. I told you for agriculture products, they give a lot of subsidies. So, market access there is not that easy. So, whatever you try to export something, the foods there, we cannot match it. Okay, vegetables and fishery products and demands better access and freedom of movement for its professionals in the service sector in Europe. Okay, where we are fighting. Okay, these are the small hinge areas. So, moreover, according to the resolution of the European Union Parliament, the European Union is obligated to include legally binding clauses on human rights, labor standards and environmental issues. These clauses could become a potential deal breaker since India vehemently objects to them. Okay. So, European Union says that we will have a lot of standards like labor standards and environmental issues and all the other stuff. India, being a development country, cannot do the same kind of labor standard that is there in the Europe. Okay. India cannot afford. So, that is why India also protects. The first India-European IPR dialogue was held in 14th January 2021. Between European Union Commission and Department of Promotion of Industry and International Trade through virtual platform. The aim of the dialogue was to further strengthen India-European Union relation and facilitate enhanced cooperation in the field of intellectual property rights, IPR. Okay. Again, there is a problem there, okay, regarding the geographical indicators and other things. So, again we are having a lot of platforms to negotiate on it. Okay. Scientific cooperation. Another focus of India-European Union relation is cooperation in the field of science and technology. India is participating in European Navigation System Galileo and the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor ITER. Okay. So, India is also collaborating with the European Union in the science and technology. India's intellectual potential in bio and nanotechnology and the high reputation of Indian Institutes of Technology IIT had led to an enormous increase of cooperation with universities and research institutions in the European Union member states. In the context of JAP, the European Union has supported the creation of centers for European studies in India as well as for contemporary Indian studies in Europe in recent years. As I told you, cultural centers should be set in both countries in order to increase mutual knowledge and to foster new academic networks. This gives you a lot of understanding about the European culture. We do know about England, we do know about France and German, but other countries we do not know much about it. This is where these cultural centers could help. Okay, they could help us to understand more about the European countries, and also the European Union. Those countries, they help us to understand more about India. So automatically the trade will flow. In 2009, the European Union is supporting the initiative of development and integration of Indian and European research for more academic collaboration, and India for You 2 program as part of its Erasmus Mundus program for students exchange. This program is working good. The Erasmus program is working good in universities. Every year they give a lot of scholarships and many students apply and they go. I hope all of you will be knowing that also. Even you can apply. You can go, you can study a PhD or a master's program. Initially they don't give you PhD just like that. You have to go and study a master's program there. Okay, MP and other master's program. Lot of scholarship that you get. In German you get hundreds of scholarships. Okay, if you want to go to Germany and read, it becomes easy. The Erasmus scholarship is there. You can apply every year. They will call for in one particular time. Okay, it works very well with respect to European Union. Because of the historical linkages, the use of English in higher education in India and the Indian diaspora, the United Kingdom has always enjoyed the closest academic relationship with India. But in recent years, both Germany and France have invested heavily in order to attract more Indian students to their countries and promote academic exchange in India. As I told you, which I can visibly see. The University of Madras, when I was there, I can visibly see this. Okay, a lot of students now start reading Germany as a language. Okay, they want to pursue higher education in German. Okay, so Germany started its academic exchange with India as early as 1958 when it supported the creation of IIT in Madras. After the state visits of German chancellors Gerhard Schroeder in 2004, Angela Merkel in 2007, cooperation in science and technology became one of the main pillars in the bilateral relationship. An Indo-German Science and Technology Center was established in New Delhi to further increase academic cooperation. In our syllabus, separate Indo-German relationship is not there. Okay, but it does not mean that they will not ask it. Okay, generally it is not there. But because the way by which the growing relationship in academics, at least India and Germany, this is something that you should definitely read. Okay, the more and more, I would say, first-hand experience, India and Germany as more and more have more academic interactions than in the, say, some 10 years ago. Okay. Development cooperation. And despite the spectacular economic growth rates, India is to large extent still a developing country, which is also underlined by rank 136 on the Human Development Index in 2013. So in HDA, India is very low, as you know. In order to project its image as an emerging economy and to avoid conditionality in the field of human rights, government led by Atal Bihari Vajpayee of Bharatiya Janata Party reduced India's development cooperation with most Western countries in 2003. Okay. The European Union, together with Germany, France and United Kingdom, were one of the few actors that continued development cooperation with India. One of the main interests of the European Union was to support India in its endeavors to achieve Millennium Development Goals (MDG) by 2015. The European Union country strategy paper for India aimed to spend 60 to 70% of the resources in social sector support, health and education, whereas only 30-40% was targeted for the implementation of JAP. Foreign security policy. India and European Union share many threat perceptions about global and regional security challenges. This became evident when European Security Strategy (ESS) was published in 2003. So far, India has not published a similar document, but various speeches of the Prime Minister, the defense and the foreign regard to terrorism, failed states, non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, etc. Okay. So we also have the same idea or definition of terrorism, how they say terrorism, the communities about the terrorism, the way by which the terrorism is spread, everything we have the same shared ideas basically. In the JAP 2005, both sides agreed on a number of exchanges, consultative mechanisms and dialogues on various political levels on democracy and human rights, effective multilateralism, peacekeeping, peace building and post-conflict assistance, disarmament and non-proliferation of WMD, security dialogue, among other things. The consensus on terrorism as a main threat was underlined by the joint declaration on international terrorism at the summit of 2010. Okay. But both sides had difficulties entering into more concrete cooperation. The European Union lacks the central authority in this field, which is handled by the member states. This is again, as I told you, not all the areas they have actually shared their sovereignty. In this foreign security policy, they have actually not shared their sovereignty. So this is retained by the member states. So European Union can get to an agreement, but this is not 100% legally binding on the member states. In India, several chief ministers refused the creation of National Counter-Terrorism Center, which would infringe state competencies. Okay, so they said, we will fight against this, so you do not have their own. So this is where the Indian federalism also has a small glitches. So a similar development could be observed in the fight against piracy in Indian Ocean. India and the European Union share the common interest of securing the sea lanes of communication in the Indian Ocean. In order to fight piracy and secure freedom of navigation, the international community has put up various so-called combined maritime forces under the leadership of US Naval Forces Central Command. In 2008, the European Union set up Operation Atalanta before the Somali coast under the mandate from the United Nations to secure the supplies of World Food Programme. Indian maritime forces were also patrolling, but there was hardly any noteworthy collaboration between the different navies. Okay, so we patrol in the same region, but there is no collaboration. India refused a proposal by the United States and the European Union to set up a joint patrol base at the Seychelles. So the Indian government did not want to focus on anti-piracy missions, but aimed at a broader focus on the reasons of political instability in the region. Okay. So the military and the defense relations between the India and the major European member states like Germany, France and the UK have improved in recent years. So now we have improved our defense relation with these countries in the recent years. India overtook China as the single largest arms importer in the 2011. Okay. So import we always overtake China. Although the bulk of arms imports from Russia, European countries like France and United Kingdom have also expanded their arms exports to India. Okay, we know that initially the Rafale and other things was done. So moreover, the European countries are pursuing their old bilateral agendas. India has strategic partnership agreements on similar documents with France, Germany and the United Kingdom. Germany has continued to expand its political cooperation with India in recent years. In 2011, Germany and India had their first government consultations on the cabinet level, which underlined again the increasing importance that Germany has given to India. In 2013, both countries agreed on a common declaration to further develop their bilateral strategic and global partnership. Okay. So we have seen European Union relations, different heads basically. So again, this is not comprehensive as such. Okay. There are a lot of other things, individual countries I have not seen, we have not discussed. But anyway, important aspects have been discussed. Online students also, if you have any doubt, message me. Any doubts in this India and European Union relationship? Okay, we will take a break. Once we come back, we will start with the doubt session. It is 5:45, come back by 6. Thank you. Welcome back, students. Hope all of you could hear me. Right, so we will proceed further. Any doubts in the previous session, guys? India and the European Union. Any doubts in the previous session? Online students also, if you have any doubt, message me. I will answer you. Any doubt in the previous sessions, friends? Okay, so for online students, the number is 73059888226. India and multilateralism. Yes, please. South America. Okay. Why we call this as Latin America is because both Spanish and Portuguese is a Latin language. Okay, it's considered as a Latin languages. It's a group of languages. How we call Dravidian is a group of language. Sorry? See, only two languages, there are many Latin languages. Okay, here Spanish and Portuguese, the more common language of Latin, except for Brazil, all other predominantly speak Spanish. Okay, except for very few places where they speak a little bit of French and a little bit of English, very few places. Otherwise, it's predominantly Spanish and Portuguese. Both are considered as Latin languages. Latin is an old language. Okay, from Latin language, many group of languages separated in the modern times, and one is Spanish, another one is Portuguese. That is the reason we call this as Latin language group, and that is the reason this America is called as Latin America. The other name is South America. You have two continents, correct? North America and South America. Sometimes we also separate Central America also. Right. Okay. India and multilateralism. So how India do its business in a multilateral way. So we have already seen what is this multilateralism is all about, isn't it? So for any country, there are two ways of interaction. One is bilateral way of interacting, another one is multilateral way of interacting. Okay, multilateral organization. Okay, for example, an eight of multilateral discussions among them. They jointly accept certain policies, jointly don't accept certain policies, and try to project themselves as the outside group, like a customs union or a Eurozone or something like that. Okay, and through that they like to interact. This is called as multilateralism. For example, Brazil's official policy itself, they give more emphasis to multilateralism. Okay, that is the official stated policy of Brazil country. Okay, but India do not have any official stated policy towards multilateralism, but we do have our own official stated policy towards a strategic alliance and strategic autonomy that we discussed. But this also is one way interacting to multilateral organizations will also helps us to have this strategic autonomy and strategic alliance. Okay. The reason how it helps is because since we do not have any difficulty in these multilateral ties, we can discuss as a group, we can discuss for certain, for example, there are a lot of multilateral groups that overlap. We will also be a member of SAARC, we will get an observer status in ASEAN, we will will also be a member of BIMSTEC, so it overlaps, right? So this is where we as a multilateral actor can have good relationship with many countries basically. Okay, so that our preferences, prejudice could be eroded away. So multilateralism is one way, a very good way of interacting. So let's see one by one now, guys. So first one is India and the United Nations. So United Nations is one of the biggest organizations that we know. Okay, so how India relates with United Nations, history. The founding member of United Nations, more than 2 lakh Indians have served 49 of 71 UN peacekeeping missions established around the world since 1948. Understood? 2 lakh Indians. Okay. So when this was written around 2020, there were 71 UN peacekeeping missions, and India has participated in 49 out of them. This is a huge number basically, and more than 2 lakh Indian personnels, 200,000 Indian personnels have taken part in it. Again, it's a very huge number. As of 2020, 169 Indians have made supreme sacrifices while serving the UN peacekeeping operations. That is, they have died. Okay, the highest total from any troop contributing country. Okay, so that is how India is impacted. India has a long tradition of sending women on UN peacekeeping missions. Again, it sent forces to the first female formed police unit. Okay, in 2007, India became the first country to deploy an all-women contingent to a UN peacekeeping mission. All-women contingent. Indian doctors, engineers, veterinary doctors have also accompanied peacekeeping missions. Peacekeepers from India also taught yoga during their missions to everyone. So this is also a way by which India strategizes its reach. Okay, soft power strategies through UN peacekeeping missions. UN Security Council, UNSC, is the primary organ for the maintenance of international peace and security, and is the most powerful body for global governance. Okay, we all know how powerful it is. That's a different story, but at least on paper, it is one of the most powerful bodies of the global governance. However, its decision-making process is not only largely archaic, reflecting the power structures of the bygone era, but has also obstructed action on the important matters. For instance, due to China's repeated obstructionist strategy, it took nearly a decade for UN Sanctions Committee, 1267 Sanctions Committee, to successfully designate Masood Azhar as a global terrorist. You understood? So, whenever India asks Masood Azhar to be designated as a global terrorist, who will come with the veto power? China. They will come with the veto power and will not allow that to happen. That is how most of the UN Security Council decision was taken. So, there should be because all permanent members has veto power, there should be a consensus. Unless there is a consensus, they cannot do it. Okay. So, every time Pakistan being very close to China, Pakistan will lobby very well with China. So, whenever India is doing something against the national interest of Pakistan, immediately China will interfere and use their veto power. Given the need to reform UNSC, G4, India, Germany, Japan and Brazil have proposed several changes. Okay, this is what the G4 organization has done. They proposed several changes for United Nations Security Council, including grant of permanent seats to G4 to reflect current geopolitical realities and make the process representative, legitimate, efficient and transparent. Okay. So, we have been arguing. China suddenly now comes with something called as a package solution. I think you would have read that in newspapers nowadays. Okay. China initial years, they were a little bit in the side of India when they did not have any UN Security Council permanent membership. We all know Jawaharlal Nehru actually went to a greater extent, even once he is allegedly said it is not UN Security Council membership is not even required for India at this point of time, allegedly said, but you have to give it to China. Okay. But Jawaharlal Nehru denied that in the Indian Parliament. That's a different story. But there is an allegation on Jawaharlal Nehru that he propagated the UN Security Council seat to China with foregoing India's membership. Okay, that was the allegation. Such was the India's commitment. But once China got it, and all of you know when China got it, when there was a problem between India and US and USSR and USSR and the China, US became the friend of China and gave that UN security. From that day till now, China is against us. So now they are speaking about something called the package solution. They say that from every zone you need one permanent member for UN Security Council. Then every zone all the other people has to accept it. That is not an easy task. Okay. If you go to Latin American region and you say in Latin American region I separate Latin America into 3 or 4 zones and every zone you will give for the one person, Brazil will protest, then the Argentina will protest, everyone will protest. So, that is not that easy. So, that is how China plays its cards nowadays. While it remains to be seen if any concrete steps will be taken towards this end, there has been growing need to re-examine the utility of these reforms, since they are criticized on the ground that they may only end up accentuating disparities. Okay. So, many people will also say it will also increase disparities as such. India's voting patterns at the United National General Assembly, UNGA, the main deliberative policy-making representative organ of the UN, provides bird's eye view of the country's stance on important foreign policy issues. The present government has maintained its traditional support for development, disarmament and Palestinian cause by voting affirmatively on these resolutions. Okay. The Ministry of External Affairs has also issued an order to implement various economic, commercial and military sanctions against North Korea's aggressive regime. Okay. Per contra, India abstained or voted on no resolutions condemning its allies and neighbors. So, that is how India's balancing strategy is. So, for certain issues traditionally they maintain the same thing. For example, Palestine issue as we discussed yesterday. Okay. Certain issues they maintained. Now we have dehyphenation, but still for Palestinian cause we have still maintained our support to it. But certain issues India never go for any voting at all, they abstained, whether it is Russia, Myanmar, Iran. Okay. India additionally abstained from voting resolutions related to Syria on the ground that it mixed humanitarian elements with political elements. This is how we have to understand. Whenever a voting is going to happen and approach different countries and allies, a big lobbying will take place. Okay. And finally, India's national interest in question. We are not going to earn anything by putting Syria into the plane there. Okay. But instead of that, if we get something in return from any other country, then we will accept with that. Okay. So, while the diktat of real politics requires the government to refrain from endorsing resolutions that may alienate its allies, it has raised tough questions on New Delhi's commitment to protecting human rights. You got it? So, India would have followed realism there, real politic, as it said in this, the paragraph. India would follow realism there. So, it would have defended its allies. Okay, that is how realism works in international picture at all. Your national interest comes into the picture. So, if someone country, from one of your friend comes and lobbies for support of any particular declaration in United Nations and they offer you better package that will help your national interest, then you will go with that. Correct. But now it also asks some tough questions on New Delhi. What are the tough questions? What is the commitment of India towards the human rights? Okay, you have committed. Like, because we know even European Union has a clause. Okay. So, if there should be a letter human rights that will be protected. So, if India again and again has been coming out of these resolutions, for example, Sri Lanka, continuous 2 times we abstained. Okay. So, we can argue that on the basis of the Chinese rise in the island. So, to counter the Chinese rise in the island nation, the nearby island nation, India is supporting or abstaining from voting. That is, we can accept it. But again, this will also have some tough questions. What is India's commitment towards this genocide? You, from the very first, Jawaharlal Nehru, when he founded the non-aligned movement, this is one of the principles of NAM, isn't it? We have to support those communities which is struggling. Okay. So, in that cause, then India should have ideally voted, but we did not do it. Right. So, India's contribution to the UN peacekeeping operations has emerged as a way to project itself as a responsible global power that is committed to securing peace, order and conflict resolution. Though India has dropped from being a highest troop and police contributor to the 4th highest as of April 2019, country remains the largest cumulative contributor to the UN peacekeeping force. So, probably in this academic, in this calendar year, India would have be less, but cumulatively if you see all calendar years, India still is the number 1. So, So, however, the failure of UNPKOs in various missions such as Rwanda and Somalia have highlighted their operational weaknesses arising from the top-down approach, vague mandates, poor organization and lack of training. So, we have not succeeded in all UN peacekeeping forces. Okay. We have sent forces everywhere, but not that we have succeeded everywhere. We also had our own failures. This shows the lack of training and weaknesses in our organization structure. In this context, New Delhi needs to re-evaluate the importance of contributing its personnel to UNPKO and its returns, if any, to the country's global status. Okay. So, the unique initiative under the present government has been the efforts to leverage soft power by promoting various aspects of India's culture and heritage. Okay. The announcement of June 21 as International Yoga Day, International Conference on Zero, and the recent somewhat controversial move to adopt Hindi as an official UN language aims to further India's global presence. The government's decision to bring Kulbhushan Jadhav case before ICJ on the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations reaffirms India's faith in the international legal system and the primary judicial organ of the UN. You would have heard about the Kulbhushan Jadhav case, right? The famous case. So, this is how India's presence in the UN specialized agencies in 2014 to 19. Okay. So, 2015 to 17, India's Social and Economic Council, ECOSAC, 15 to 17 UN Human Rights Council. This is how they have been elected, okay, into the decision making body. Okay, so we go to the decision making body in different organization in different time period. Okay. In other words, India is actively taking part in all the other organs of UN. They take part in the decision making in all the other organs of UN. They are active in it. This shows India's commitment to United Nations. Okay. So, in spite of that is how you have to argue in this question paper if it comes. In spite of the fact that India has not given UN Security Council permanent seat, India's commitment could never be questioned. Okay, so this is the data which shows that India has always been committed to the UN cause. But China is lobbying very unfairly for India not getting in UN Security permanent seat. India has done much better than most of the permanent members of UN in sending a UN peacekeeping force everywhere, in being an organizational body, a decision making body everywhere. So India has been done much better. But in spite of all these things, there is one country that is using the veto power. That is how you have to argue. Right? If the question comes on those lines. Treaties and agreements. So, September 2015 Sustainable Development Goal, Paris Agreement December 2015, okay, and a Global Compact and Safe Orderly, and there is only one binding agreement that is ratified on 13/2017, Minimum Age Convention, Worst Forms of Child Labour Convention. Okay, that is the reason now in India child labour in any form is banned, okay, because we signed that convention. On treaties, two challenges continue to retain for the coming governments. The first is to convincingly project New Delhi's commitment to nuclear disarmament given its refusal to participate in the treaty on prohibition of nuclear weapons. Okay. So, we have not signed any NPT, but at the same time we have to project ourselves as a country which is against proliferation of nuclear weapons. So, this is a little bit difficult task that India is managing very well now. The treaty is viewed as a landmark achievement since it is the first legally binding agreement to comprehensively prohibit nuclear weapons. Okay. Though India has expressed reservation about its efficacy given that the all nuclear weapon states avoided signing the treaty, there has been a growing opinion that New Delhi needs to take tangible steps to legitimately back its position on nuclear disarmament. The second is to work out an agreeable framework for India's proposed Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism (CCIT), which is currently stalled on the issue of defining terrorism. The test for the next government, therefore, is to adopt fresh diplomatic strategy to address these concerns. The next government is also the same government, it's a different story. So India and the WTO. So now we are moving from the UN to WTO. So the World Trade Organization was established in 1995 to liberalize trade rules, negotiate trade agreements and settle trade disputes between the member states. Okay, WTO. So as all of you know, because that before that was GATT was there, General Agreement on Tariff and Trade was there. That was mandated an organization, a multilateral organization which could decide on this trade. Okay, that is the reason WTO is coming to being. So the Doha Development Agenda (DDA), which began in 2001, is the latest round of negotiations to achieve a single undertaking for improving trade prospects for developing countries by lowering trade barriers and increasing prospects for the global trade. Okay. The primary areas of DDA negotiations include agriculture, services, market access in industrial goods, rules on anti-dumping, trade facilitation and environment. Okay. In 2008, stark differences emerged between the developed and developing countries on a future course of trajectory of WTO negotiating agenda. Okay, this is already discussion when we discussed about European Union. So always remember this. This is like a framework that you should always have in your mind. Developed country and developing country never always go hand in hand in any World Trade Organization agenda, because the way by which they project the economy would be different, the way by which they say the economy is different. They will always project a lot of green technologies, but India will not be looking for green technologies. All the other things are there, agriculture subsidies. These will be bigger issue between these two countries, always. Right? So the stark differences, okay, the developing countries including India wish to pursue the roadmap set by the DDA and finalize binding commitments, especially on agriculture. Okay, this includes measures like public stockholding for food security purposes, special safeguard mechanisms and the elimination of agricultural export subsidies maintained by the developed countries. The developed countries, for their part, are keen to move away from the issues of agriculture and development and introduce new ones to the negotiable table, such as e-commerce, labor, environment, competition policy, investment. Okay. Because for them, this is the major issue. Okay. But for us, that is the major issue. So the biennial meetings of the ministerial conferences, WTO's highest decision-making body, is where matters come to head between the developed and developing countries, thereby throwing the future of DDA in uncertainty. The present government represented India at the two ministerial conferences, that is Nairobi and Buenos Aires in Argentina. It is a little bit old data. Okay. To India's dismay, Nairobi meet ended without reaching any permanent solution of SSM and public food stocking. This was worrisome development, since Nairobi outcome was a step back from the 2013 Bali Ministerial Conference, where countries declared support for the DDA. Recently, we cannot go to a conclusion in the WTO because of the different commitments, different expectations. Matters worsened by the time of Buenos Aires meet, since the conference ended without any ministerial declaration. Given that the fundamental divisions have now materialized between the member states of WTO, the future seems uncertain for development-centered trade negotiations. Okay, we can understand this way. The World Trade Organization, the small cliffhanger that is between the developed countries and developing countries are widening because of different expectations and different commitments. Okay, so now we can say it is uncertain whether this World Trade Organization would actually foster any good trade negotiation as such. Okay. In the backdrop of this turbulent trade environment, India ratified the Trade Facilitation Agreement TFA in 2016. The TFA contains provisions for expediting the movement, release and clearance of goods, including goods and tariff. While it is believed that the TFA's implementation will reduce trade costs and boost global trade, there are concerns that the agreement may disproportionately benefit developed countries more than developed countries, developing countries. Okay, so there is a criticism over this government, which actually did that particular. Okay, so India's disputes at the World Trade Organization. So where India has consistently complained. In 2016, certain measures relating to the renewable energy sector. Okay, and again against University 2016, certain measures in steel and aluminium products. Okay, so these are the ways we have complained to the WTO. Which country we have complained against? United States, US. Okay, outside we have a lot of strategic alliance with US. Correct? We have a lot of strategic alliance. We discuss in the Quad, we discuss in the Middle Eastern Quad or something like that. But see, when it comes to WTO, we complained against them. They also complain against us. See, India as a respondent, US has complained against us. Export related measures. Okay, so this happens. In one forum, we do a lot of complaints. In another forum, we interact. That is what we call as strategic alignment and strategic autonomy. Okay, in certain issues, we strategically align with the same country. On certain issues, we differ from each other country. So we maintain our own autonomy. So US cannot declare. The US cannot say, I am helping you in the Quad, so you have to help me in the World Trade Organization. US cannot say so. You understood? This is what we call as strategic autonomy. In that, we aligned. Here, we are different. We are competitors. Right? So again, Japan has complained against us. Certain measures on imports on iron and steel products. Japan has complained against us. And Chinese Taipei is nothing but Taiwan. Taiwan has complained against us. Anti-dumping duties on USB flash drives from separate customs territory of Taiwan, Bengu, Kinmen and Matsu. So India has put a lot of anti-dumping duties, it seems. So Taiwan has said as the most successful adjudicatory mechanism amongst various multilateral organizations, which demonstrate America's disregard for the established rules of free and fair trade. So we collaborate with US one side. So we are completely against US in the trade arena. Furthermore, the US has also been responsible for actively blocking the appointment of new members to the WTO's appellate body. Okay, thereby raising serious concerns for the expeditious disposal of disputes. So right now it has not been done. US is still blocking it. So that is also a cause of concern. Right? There is no doubt that the emergence of protectionist and nationalist tendencies from developed countries will pose a complex and arduous challenge to the new Indian government. That is what we discussed in political theory. Hope all of you remember. This is the pressure of democracy, what democracy could bring in. That is what we called as democratic overload. Okay. So this government will decide something. Okay. They might have their own political economic agenda, but every 4 years they will go back and they have to take the people's mandate. So to maintain their party in power, they have to do certain compromises in the democratic field, which China do not do, need not do. That is the problem of a democracy, as they say. So the government will have their own vision. They might think this is the best way of running the government, but still they cannot pursue with it because of this election that is coming. Okay, so that is how, even though India lobby heavily with US being a developed country, but there is also unemployment that is there in US. The US people, the US youth now want the Indian companies to be less present there. There is some kind of anti-India feeling that has developed in US now. Anti-China is already there, anti-Indian feeling has developed in US now. So they feel that a lot of immigrants from India is taking the jobs out of US youth. Okay, so the US youth is not happy when the US supports a lot of these immigrant policies. So they will have their own nationalist policies, protectionist policies. You understood? This is mandated by the democracy, basically. It is the democratic overload that takes place. Even though America strategically needs India, India should also understand the democratic potential, the democratic problem that is there in countries like America. Right. So this very small aspect how India interacted in multilateralism, WTO and UN. Any doubt in this, you can ask me now. Questions will come only on this platforms and also on current affairs. Currently, what is there in the news? and you write the exam and where they have complained, and based on this you have to write it. Okay, and also UN peacekeeping force and all the other stuffs. Any doubts in this case? Online students also, any doubt in this area? Okay. Now we will proceed to the next area, which is India's look east policy. We have extensively discussed about what is this look east policy, okay, in a different platform. Now we will see comprehensively what is this look east policy is all about. Okay, since even though we do know it, but this is there in the syllabus, so at least we have to discuss that about 15 minutes or so. So we have discussed already extensively about India's look east policy, right, how the question has come. Analyze the significance of India's look east policy in the light of the concerns of indigenous peoples of Northeast India. Okay. What are the hopes and aspirations of look east policy of India? Despite the potentialities, India's look east policy requires major course correction. Okay. Question is almost the same, okay, but different wordings. That's it. Explain the major flaws in India's look east policy. Is it possible to steer and implement the policy successfully in the view of China's emergence as a high-tech power in Asia Pacific? You understood? See, this is the reason why every time I read something, I bring China to the case. This is how the question will come in PSIR. Okay, this is how they ask the question in PSIR. Everything, they will put a China in the middle and ask you to comment based on China's rise. So you should have some opinion on it also. Okay. Why look east? Ayub suggests 4 reasons for India's interest in Southeast Asia. Okay. What are the 4 interests which Mr. Ayub says? Indian nationalist leaders viewed the anti-colonial struggles in Southeast Asia as being indivisible from their own struggle. Okay. So, the Southeast Asia is a region where you also have the same problem which is enjoyed by the peoples of India or the peoples of South Asia basically. So, that is also one of the reasons why Indian nationalists wanted to go for look east. India also saw Southeast Asia as a region of geostrategic significance, especially from the point of view of maritime strategy. Okay. The emergence of China as a major Asian power introduced an important new dimension to India's interest in Southeast Asia. An estimated 1.3 to 1.8 million Indian immigrants in Southeast Asia provided another crucial link between India and Southeast Asia. So, these are the reasons why India and Southeast Asia are very close to each other. Why look east? Indian relations with that country. We all know, okay, we already discussed India-Myanmar relations, where the people of South India were thrown away because of the simple philosophy of Burmese nationalism. Right. Strategically, Indian leaders like Deputy Prime Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel were concerned about the implications of instability and communist insurgency in Southeast Asia. The India's struggle for independence from the British rule was viewed in Southeast Asia with great interest. Okay. So everyone was seeing the great interest, like how India became independent. After being the second Asian country after the Philippines to achieve this independence in 1947, India played an important role in the campaign for self-determination in Southeast Asia. The Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru was the key champion of Indonesian independence. However, Indian support was mainly political and diplomatic. Nehru refused Ho Chi Minh's request for material support against the French, which had been specifically asked for the DRV, Democratic Republic of Vietnam, controlled by the Ho Chi Minh delegation, or to the Asia Relations Conference, the New Delhi, 1947. So they asked for material support in the sense of arms and other support, but India refused it. India said, we will support you diplomatic and politically in any political forum, we will speak for you. Okay, but we will not give you any material support. At that point of time, India is a newly independent nation. India also cannot afford to take a colonial country on its head. Correct? That is also not possible. So, Nehru took a more active role in supporting Indonesia's struggle against the Dutch, but was against providing significant material support. This would cost him some legitimacy as the champion of Asian unity. Okay. So, what are the stages of the evolution of the Lookist policy? How the Lookist policy has evolved? Lookist policy was formulated in early 1990s, as all of us know. Okay, during the era of neoliberal globalization, the privatization of India, that is where the new government led by Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh actually formulates the so-called Lookist policy. But it is not that, it is not before that. Okay. But it was formulated as a strategy only in 19. But the Lookist policy has a systematic evolution. Okay. So it was not that, it was not that before. Amitav Acharya has categorized the evolution of Lookist policy by Indian policymakers into 4 different stages. So this idea was given by Amitav Acharya. So when question comes based on any conceptual thing, then you can use this. So what is the stage 1? It is what he calls, Amitav Acharya calls this as romancing Asia. Indian leaders started to saw the commonness in Asia's history and culture, and it gave a knack for independence against the Western imperialism was only one of the sources of defining India's Asian identity. The rediscovery of shared civilizational history and a new awareness of India's ancient contributions to the evolution of Asia deepened India's sense of being the prime mover of great continent. India's new Asian romanticism, however, ran into the real world of competing Asian perceptions. India saw itself as a natural leader of how you project. For you, you think you are the natural leader of Asia, but for the other countries, you are not a natural leader, you are a defeated country. We already saw initial days, Japan did not like India to see, like Japan did not consider India as a able partner. We already read it. Okay, initial years, Japan did not even consider. Only after the rise of China, Japan understood that India is a able partner because of to contain China, you need India. Only after 1970s, somewhere, Japan understands the might of India. Okay. So even as they admired Indian leaders, Many smaller Asian nations were also afraid of India emerging as a dominant power. I have already told you this. Many people were wary of India's imperialism. The way by which Jawaharlal Nehru wrote in Discovery of India, many Southeast Asian nations were worried that Jawaharlal Nehru already said in a pride, the utmost proudness, that India controlled Southeast Asia in the ancient and medieval period. So this has angered most of the nationalist leaders in Southeast Asia, even though that is a factual thing. But for them, India's intentions was a little bit doubtful. The stage 2 is leading Asia. Okay. So if Tagore art organization was anemic from birth and folded unceremoniously in 1955. Okay. But India, despite its early start as an independent Asian nation and an international actor, was resented and feared in Asia because of its diplomatic style and domineering attitude. Okay, so all these things we have to understand. A key aspect of India's diplomacy during this period was its policy towards China. Nehru advocated a policy of engaging China and rejected the US policy of isolating it from Asian groupings. Okay, so you all remember, again and again I am telling you this, Nehru actually again and again fought for Chinese inclusion. He insisted on inviting China to the Bandung conference despite opposition from the West. As India drifted into a war with China in 1962, the idea of Asian solidarity under the Indian leadership could no longer be sustained. And also India could not lead Asia because of the demise, the loss of image of the war, loss of war. Okay. So automatically the international prestige the India had in the international era, in the international arena, lost because of India's loss of war. Third stage is leaving Asia. After Bandung, India shifted attention away from Asian neutralism towards global non-alignment, considering Asia to be too small and a stage for diplomacy. Okay, so after 1955 Bandung conference, India started to move away and started to take more global stage. Okay, this was strategic mistake. This was a huge strategic mistake, as it would cause India the possibility of membership of ASEAN, which was set up in 1967 as Asia's first regional organization with 5 nations: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines. ASEAN would subsequently expand its membership to bring in another 5 countries: Brunei, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar and Cambodia, thereby becoming ASEAN 10. There is some misconception that India was invited to join ASEAN in 1967. This is untrue, as a closer scrutiny of archival evidence shows it was Sri Lanka which had been invited to come to the founding event of ASEAN on 8th August 1967 but declined, seeing ASEAN as a pro-Western club and fearing that joining it would compromise its foreign policy of non-alignment. India was simply non-invited. Okay. So, Asian people are always apprehensive of India. Okay. The 4th stage is returning to Asia. Okay. So, after the Cold War and the collapse of the socialist model, India began the process of returning to Asia, marking the 4th stage in evolving the relationship between East Asia. Okay. It is during this stage that Look East policy was articulated, but the forces driving this return were quite different from those which underpinned India's diplomacy in East and Southeast Asia in 1940s and 50s. In a speech at Harvard University in 2003, Yashwant Singh, who was India's External Affairs Minister during the 1998-2002 period, outlined this difference. In the past, India's engagement with much of Asia, including Southeast and East Asia, was built on an idealistic conception of Asian brotherhood. That is what Yashwant Singh says. Okay. Initially, we had idealistic conception based on shared experiences of colonialism and cultural ties. The rhythm of the region today is determined, however, as much by trade, investment and production as by history and culture. Understood? So that is what motivates our decade-old look east policy, said Yashwant. Okay, right. Okay. So what are the immediate compulsions? Immediate compulsions for the starting of look east policy in 1991. The immediate factors contributing to the emergence of India's look east policy had much to do with India's domestic economic liberalization drive, which was forced upon to the Rao government in 1991 to 1996 by harsh domestic economic political realities. In 1991, India's balance of payment situation was precarious, with foreign exchange reserves at a mere 1.2 billion, sufficient only to pay for 3 weeks worth of imports, and the country on the verge of default. In response, Rao initiated a siegement of India with the East Asia. Okay, so on the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union removed a major political obstacle to India-ASEAN relations. India's close ties with the Soviet Union had made some of the pro-Western Asian countries such as Thailand and Singapore wary of embracing India. For India, the end of Cold War also lessened the strategic rationale for the non-alignment approach that had been cornerstone of India's foreign policy. Indeed, in the past, ASEAN had been viewed in some Indian circles as too pro-Western bloc. So, it is not that only the other countries saw, even the Sri Lanka saw, India also saw in a similar way. Okay, it's a pro-Western bloc. But the pursuit of regionalism, such as developed by ASEAN, became more appealing to India than before in 1991 when India came into the balance of payment crisis. Okay, till then India was seeing the ASEAN as a pro-Western bloc. The settlement of the decade-long Cambodia conflict by the Paris Peace Agreement in 1991 also helped India's look east orientation. That conflict had been triggered by the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia in 1979, and its occupation of the country till 1989 had been a source of rift between India and the ASEAN, as India recognized the Vietnamese installed regime in Cambodia, whereas ASEAN was actively supporting the coalition resisting that regime. Okay, so all these things are other small reasons. With the end of Cold War, ASEAN diluted its earlier policy of zone of peace, freedom and neutrality, which had often to minimize the involvement of outside powers, India included in the Southeast Asian affairs, Asian countries. But after the end of Cold War, ASEAN also launched the wider regional security forum called as ASEAN Regional Forum in 1994, comprising the key players affecting the security of the Asia Pacific region, including the United States, China and Australia. Okay, this is called as the ASEAN Security Regional Forum. ASEAN Regional Forum. So while India had to wait for 2 years before it was accepted to ARF, ASEAN Regional Forum, the new framework of make India a strategic asset to the ASEAN. Of late, there has been much talk about India as being a balancer in Asia or the East Asia. To be sure, some ASEAN members such as Singapore hope that drawing India into Southeast Asia would balance China's diplomatic and strategic influence. Okay. Some Asian strategic analysts cast India and China as natural rivals for influence in Southeast Asia. Okay, we are natural rivals. Okay, so it's kind of a zero-sum game. Again and again, we have to say it's kind of a zero-sum game. If India wins in Southeast Asia, it's a loss for China. If China wins in Southeast Asia, it's a loss for India. It's a zero-sum game, right? So, but Indian officials were critical of any move towards the preemptive containment of China, preferring instead to talk about engagement of China, which would bring China into the system of regional order. Okay. This policy might have changed with the growing assertiveness of China, but India is unlikely to fully embrace a doctrine of containment. Okay. At least Indian elite opinion is divided over balancing role for India in East Asia, partly due to the confusion over what a balancer role might actually involve. India is not ready to see the formation of the Asian NATO. Okay. Asian NATO against China might go against the lingering ethos of non-alignment that exists among the sections of India's foreign policy elite. But Quad has come now. Okay, even though it has not been like Asian NATO, but you will never know. Okay. So, India has increased its defense contacts with Asian countries. In the 1990s, Indian Navy began conducting friendship exercises with some Asian navies, including those of Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand and Malaysia. India and Malaysia briefly cooperated in a program to provide familiarization and maintenance training for Russian supplied MiG aircraft to Malaysian Air Force personnel. India has stepped up its defense cooperation with Asian countries and others through initiatives such as intelligence sharing, joint or coordinated naval patrolling to combat piracy and other maritime security threats, and bilateral and multilateral military exercises. The examples include the Regional Cooperation Agreement by combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia, the Milan exercises that are held every alternative year since 1995. These are the different defense cooperation that India had with the different Asian countries. Okay. So, among 15 participants in the 2014 Milan exercise held off on Andaman and Nicobar Islands were 7 Asian member states. Okay. So, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore and Thailand plus Australia. Exercise Malabar, which began in 1992 as an annual bilateral exercise between Indian and US navies, as in recent years included Japan, Australia and Singapore, and conducted both in the Indian Ocean and the East Asian waters. A different strategic engagement we do. Okay. India has increased its defense diplomacy with Asia Pacific countries through its participation in Shangri-La Dialogue (SLD), held annually in Singapore, and the Asian Defense Ministers Meeting plus ADMM plus, which brings together the Asian countries and a number of key Asia Pacific nations, including the United States, China, Japan and Australia. Modest but growing defense contacts were also established between India and the Northeast Asian countries, which have since expanded, especially with Japan. India also conducted joint patrols with the US Navy in the Straits of Malacca in 2002 to curb the risk of piracy and terrorist attacks, a move that was welcomed by Southeast Asian countries. Okay. Indeed, joint military activities between India and US in Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean are surely part of US calculus as it pursues a pivot and rebalancing strategy in Asia. Indian Navy has also registered a presence in South China Sea, which has become a major flashpoint of conflict in East Asia due to competing territorial claims involving 6 parties: China, Taiwan, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei. The last 4 of whom are Asian members. Okay. Increased deployments to the South China Sea might signal an Indian intent to act as a balancer to China. Okay. So, India has denied that they are not a balancer, but we can say that India also balances a little bit of China. But this would be fraught with risks, as China would see such a move as highly provocative. While part of the reason for increased military presence in Southeast Asia has to do with concern over growing Chinese military power, India unlikely to play a dyadic balancing role vis-a-vis China in China's own backyard. Okay. So, until now, the Indian Navy remained the only one in Asia with medium-sized aircraft carriers. Okay, the only one in Asia. Right now, China has acquired its first aircraft carrier. India also has a relatively modern submarine force and has an active program to build principal surface combatants. China too is building up a long-range naval force. This might set the stage for a growing naval rivalry between the two powers, especially in the Indian Ocean, where Chinese naval presence is growing. Okay. India is more interested in extending its involvement in cooperative protection of regional sea lanes, such as being part of Eyes in the Sky program for patrolling piracy invested in Straits of Malacca. In the past, right from the time of Bandung Conference, India and Indonesia did not agree over the management of regional security matters. But in 2005, Indonesian President Susilo Yudhoyono visited India to sign a strategic partnership agreement. So, new change has come. India and Indonesia immediately, first of all, they did not agree with a lot of strategic partnership, but now they are starting to agree. President Yudhoyono was chief guest of India's Republic Day celebrations in January 2011. Security cooperation, especially over maritime affairs between the two countries, have also improved. Indonesia is one of the key players in the Asian countries, okay, among the Asian countries. Right. C. Raja Mohan, one of the famous analysts. Okay. So, he is a famous analyst. Most of the time, his quote would be written. Okay, C. Raja Mohan. Right. Argues India and Indonesia can develop new relationship as each country leaves behind North-South divide as the main basis of its foreign policy. Okay. Both are democratic nations now. Both have potential to play a role as potential consensus builders in the world stage through their membership in G20 as well as in shaping East Asia's balance of power and security architecture. Okay, so that is what Raja Mohan has said. So, possibility of India coming very close to these Asian countries, to this look east act east policy is brighter, according to Raja Mohan. Adding to this is the emerging notion of Indo-Pacific region. Okay. So, India's desire to raise its profile in the Pacific part of the Indo-Pacific would require Indonesia's political support. Hope all of you have been knowing this term Indo-Pacific was actually coined by this American administration, the Trump administration. Earlier there was an article by a Bangladesh scholar, and then it was actually taken by the Trump administration, and from then on, wherever the Asia Pacific was mentioned, the word Indo-Pacific was replaced. Okay. It was a strategic ploy that was done by the Trump administration to irritate China basically. Okay, to put India in the global stage by saying it's Indo-Pacific, it's no more Asia Pacific. Asia is nothing but India. It's a kind of a strategic so that China will be irritated. Okay, that is the reason the Indo-Pacific comes into being. Okay, and if successful end, the artificial separation between the two oceans help construct a new Indo-Pacific region. But the Indo-Pacific concept, which is explicitly designed to bring India into the Asia-Pacific security architecture and thereby make up its lack of membership in APEC, has strong authorship and support from Indonesia, although one might think too much of an Indian role here might spark misgivings from Indonesia. Right. India's maritime doctrines declaration that the entire Indian Ocean region from the Persian Gulf to the Straits of Malacca, it is legitimate area of interest. Very, very important. So, India's maritime doctrine declaration that the entire Indian Ocean from the Persian Gulf to the Straits of Malacca is a legitimate area of interest might raise concerns in Indonesia. India's maritime strategy document released in 2009 listed the Sunda and Lombok Straits as falling within the India's navy area of strategic interest. Okay. So, it did note, however, that cooperation with Indonesia is a prerequisite to enable the Navy's operation in these waters. So, India's maritime strategy document openly has said about the Sunda and Lombok Straits. How the Indian Navy has a strategic interest in it. So, that will definitely, Indonesia, there will be a lot of apprehension about India's intentions. Already the Southeast Asian people are having a lot of apprehension about India's intentions from the very start. Okay. So, such statements will also increase their apprehension. For long, India and Japan ties suffered from the Cold War polarization as well as from India's socialist economy and hostile attitudes towards foreign investment. At a time when Japan had emerged as a major source of investment in Asia, India-Japan ties seem poised to take a major uplift with the advent of Modi government in New Delhi, coming on the heels of Abe government's clear move to relax the restrictions on Japanese defense posture set in the post-Second World War constitution and push for a more visible and forward Japanese military presence in East Asia and the Indian Ocean. Okay, hope all of you would be knowing that initially the Japan has decided that they will not have any active military as such. So, they had their own defense setup, but it cannot be called as an active military. It was somewhere between the police force and the active military. So, Japan, after the debacle of the Second World War, after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, has decided that they will not go for the full-fledged active military and military engagement all over the world. They did have their own security agencies kind of a thing, which cannot be considered a true military, but was somewhere between the military and the police. This continued till now. Okay, actually from the initial years of 1945, after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki till 1954, they did not go for any military at all, Japan. Then they actually banned the military for some 9 years or 10 years. Then after 1954-55, I forgot the date exactly, then they went for some middle organization like a military organization, but it is not a pure military. And Japan decided that they will not enter into any kind of military operation anywhere in the world. But somewhere around 1995, 1996, joint military trainings Japan started to take. Okay, and somewhere around 2000, 2002, we already saw a lot of joint military exercises between India, US and Australia. On this started to come. But even then, Japan has not decided to go all out, send its military for other people, because that is against the Japanese actual idea. But now, Japan has decided they take away the particular thing, and they have decided Asian countries was that India's attitude towards the Asian countries was a little bit dominant in nature. So, they don't want to engage strategically with India with the initial years. But everything changes slowly and steadily after the official unveiling of the Look East policy. So, by 1994 onwards, we started to have little bit of strategic engagement with other Asian countries. Joint military exercises with different countries was fostered, and by 2000, 2002, it increased pace. And multilateral defense, I mean Malabar 2 conducted, and countries, 7 Asian countries participated, sometime America participated, Australia participated. So, we started to host many these defense training. Okay, and around the start of this decade, I mean probably the previous decade, 2011 to 2020, India started to engage more strategically because of the rise of China in the international arena, especially the domination of China in the South China Sea. Okay, India's military presence is also there in the South China Sea. Hope all of you will be knowing this. Before 2011, when China started to give stamped visas to Kashmir, residents of Kashmir. At that point of time, Indian government have not taken any steps against it, but India passively left it. But when the same issues started to continue after the 2014, 15, 16, India in one of the issues sent Indian Army and Indian Navy to a contested zone in South China Sea, which was claimed by China. I think, hope you know that this is a current affair basically. I think it happened 2 years, 3 years ago. Okay, India sent its navy to irritate China, because China was claiming that this is my territory, we will not accept any foreign navy to interfere. But India, to protect the interest of its allies, has sent a navy. One time incident that happened. Okay, this shows that now India is ready for any kind of strategic engagement with any country to defend its national interest. The posture which India is showing differently in the new era of look-east policy, what we call as the Act-East policy. Right. Okay, so this is what the strategic dimension of the look-east policy. Now we will go to the institutional dimension of look-east policy. In 1992, India became a sectoral dialogue partner of ASEAN. Although restricted to areas concerning trade, investment, tourism, science and technology, this represented India's first formal involvement with ASEAN activities. In 1995, India was made a full dialogue partner by the ASEAN. Okay. This new status meant that India became eligible to participate in a wider range of sectors, including infrastructure, civil aviation, computer software and ASEAN post-ministerial meetings. Okay, you understood. So, institutionally India started to come very closer with the ASEAN institution. India was invited for the first time to summit level talks with ASEAN in Cambodia in November 2002. The second India-ASEAN summit in Bali in October 2003. India signed a framework of agreement for creating an ASEAN-India Free Trade Area, FTA, okay, in a decade. India's subsequent FTA with ASEAN, although less ambitious than China's free trade deal with ASEAN, had enabled it to signal economic influence and engagement in the region. India-ASEAN FTA was originally limited to trade in goods, but it has since been expanded to cover trade in services and investments also. Another landmark in India's participation in regionalism came in 2005 when it attended the inaugural meeting of East Asian Summit. Okay. The exact functions of East Asia Summit are still contested. The United States, which joined the EAS in 2010, wants to turn into an active security forum, a move opposed by China. Okay. So, US wanted the East Asian Summit to be like a security forum, a security dialogue, like a Quad or a NATO, but China was against it basically. India's inclusion in the EAS, despite not being an East Asian country, is sympathetic of the view held in Southeast Asia that India is an important player in the ASEAN balance of power. Indeed, India got a seat at EAS over Chinese objections thanks to support from some Asian countries, especially Singapore and Indonesia. Okay, this is very, very important. How India is also seen as a balancer in a Southeast Asian region. Okay, we have been discussing about whether India is ready to play a role of a balancer, vice versa China in the region. There are a lot of arguments when thinkers like Raja Mohan who have said that India is not ready to play a role of a balancer in the region because giving the difficulties in India's military, the problem that India has in India's military, but India has shown now and then signs of playing the role of a balancer. For its part, in these ASEAN-led multilateral forums, India's role has been relatively low-key. Instead of repeating its 1940s and 1950s behavior when it tried, often arrogantly, to lead Asia. So we just now saw how Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to lead Asia in 1950s and 60s, and then he went ambitiously to lead the global scenario and left Asia. Okay, so India has now tended to be a junior and rather passive partner in contemporary Asian regional institutions. It has been a listener and constructive player and raised a few controversies with its participation. Okay, now we go to the important dimension, the most famous dimension of the Look East policy, which is nothing but this economic dimension. To be very frank, even though I have kept the strategic dimension first, everyone know, Look East as an idea is had only one dimension in the initial years, which is nothing but economic dimension. It is basically an economic logic that was brought by Manmohan Singh and P.V. Narasimha Rao. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister then, and P.V. Narasimha Rao was the prime minister then. So India wanted to open up investment. So India was looking for investment. So where the investment would come, which country could be the able partners. Okay. So at that point of time, India also needed market for products. At the same time, India also needed good relations with the country where India thought it could have a better balance of trade. Okay. So India selected regions like Look East, eastern region of India, especially the Southeast Asian region. The reason being they are already well developed. Okay, and they also have a very good historical linkage. Okay, that is the reason Look East policy was formed. That is the reason Manmohan Singh or Narasimha Rao did not say Look West. Okay, they did not say Look North. Okay, ideally they should have said Look West, right? Because Western countries is more developed, but they preferred to call Look East policy. The reason being, they believed this is one area where the investment could also flow, the trade could also flow, they could have a better balance of trade so that the balance of payment crisis would be solved. That is what they envisioned. Okay. So the first, the most important dimension of the Look East policy is definitely the economic dimension. The value of trade of India and Asian region amounted to over 78 billion US dollars in 2021. Okay. So the largest portion of the trade comes from Singapore. See, Singapore. This is where the largest portion comes. Valued at over $21 billion over the year. So almost 1/4. It was actually more than 1/4. Okay. It's more than 1/4 of the total Asian trade we get only from Singapore. Okay. Then is Indonesia, the most important player. Then is Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Myanmar. See, Myanmar is a neighboring country. That's the biggest joke here. And Brunei, Cambodia and Laos. Laos technically yes, because Laos still has its own communist legacy. A little bit of communist legacy still it has. So the opening up of Laos in India will be a little bit tougher to India, I mean. Okay. So any doubt in this Look East policy? Any doubt in this Look East policy? Till now what we have discussed. Online students, if you have any doubt, message me. Okay. Any doubts in the Look East policy? Because if you have any doubts, we will foster the discussion before going to the other topic. We have not discussed the specific change of the Act East policy here. Many times I have told you. The international scenario has changed. The international understanding of the security has changed. The requirements have changed. The terminologies do also change. Like how Asia Pacific became Indo-Pacific, Look East became Act East. Okay, everything is emphasis on a different thing basically. So even though the actual Look East policy had its own strategic dimension, Look East policy was more of an economic policy in the foregone era. The new era wanted a new flip to the old policy. Hence, it was dubbed as an Act East policy, where the strategic dimension was given more emphasis because of the rise of China. Okay, that's the only difference between a look east and an act east as such. There are other differences also there. For example, act east like to engage more with countries like Japan and Australia, whereas the typical look east policy will not look into Japan and Australia, even though there is a eastern side of India. Okay, they mostly looked more into these Asian nations basically. That is the traditional look east policy has been constructed and understood. But a new act east policy is also considers all other, but this is everything is partial. For example, even before that we had engagement with Japan, East Asian Summit. So even before that we had engagement with Japan. It is not that we did not have engagement with Japan. So all Australia. So everything is only conceptually told. Otherwise, both are same thing. A old wine in the new bottle, as they always used to say. Okay. Right. Any doubt in this look east policy, guys? You can ask me now. Okay. So today we'll go for the last topic for discussion. As I've already told you, next Saturday will be our last discussion class. Okay, that will be our last discussion class ideally, and the next Sunday will be question paper discussion. Okay, that is the last time we will be seeing. So India's nuclear policy. You have to understand, first of all, India's nuclear policy in the light of India's nuclear program that was created. Okay. So, in the light of India's nuclear program. So, India's nuclear program, as all of you know, started with the very day India became independent. There were many players for India's nuclear program. You would have heard about Homi Bhabha. You would have heard about the interest of Jawaharlal Nehru in actually creating a great science and technology fied India. Okay. All these things were the reasons why India went for the earlier nuclear program. Energy needs were there. Energy needs were definitely there. India wanted nuclear energy to create electricity and all the other things. India's energy needs was there. But Jawaharlal Nehru went with the quest of nuclear program, not with all these immediate compulsions, but he wanted to give a statement that India is always scientifically superior. Okay, you have to understand the context. So that is how an idealist Jawaharlal Nehru thought about India's initial nuclear program. It was not compelled by any compulsions as such. It was there, all other energy dimensions, all the dimensions was there. But they wanted to show India's superiority in science and technology in developing their own nuclear weapons and nuclear technology for generating electricity, etc. Okay. So that is how initially we started. Okay. Like we will see, even there is a lot of criticism about even Indira Gandhi. Many would say Indira Gandhi's act of going for the smiling Buddha in 1974 is an exhibition of her realist tendencies. Many would say it's wrong. Actually, even Indira Gandhi did not have an idea to show themselves of a nuclear power. Rather, she also followed her father in showing the technological superiority of India to the outside world. Okay, so how you see it? Okay, that is the reason they say, even though the smiling Buddha, 1974, we do have our nuclear test. Indira Gandhi, even though she lived 10 years after that, she did not develop any great weapons or missile systems to go with these nuclear weapons. And only after Rajiv Gandhi comes, then all the other supporting things have been developed. Okay, for initial so many years, that is kept dormant. Okay, so during the Rajiv Gandhi era, we do understand some development takes place, but it's only in the Vajpayee era. As we know, in 1998, we go for the second nuclear test. Okay, that is where our real nuclear ability is shown to the world, and India after that very shortly declares that we don't want any more nuclear tests because we do have our own enough. So now we can go for production of nuclear weapons or such things. Right. So we have to understand India's nuclear policy in the light of India's nuclear program. Okay. So first we will see what is India's nuclear program. India embarked on its atomic path almost at the moment of independence in August 1947 through scientific research that was oriented towards civilian energy applications, which held open dual use possibility of military application. Okay. The Indian Atomic Energy Commission was inaugurated in 1948, exactly 1 year after independence. See how fast they did it, how fast they went for it, because of their idea towards showing the technological superiority to the outside world. Already US demonstrated it. Around 1949, USSR also becomes nuclear. All of you know that. 1949, USSR also becomes nuclear. So, procuring of nuclear weapons is a matter of prestige for India. Rather than any other nuclear policy, they wanted to show that they are capable. Okay. So, by 1954, Department of Atomic Energy was funding a fairly robust research and development program. Okay. Two individuals dominated this formative period. So, the personality of these two individuals is very, very important in India's nuclear program. One is Homi Bhabha, okay, whose personality exactly determined the structure of India's nuclear program. The key political actor, as virtually every other major issue of the state policy was Nehru. Within the scientific establishment, the dominant historical figure was nuclear physicist Homi Bhabha. Okay, so these are the two important characters in India's nuclear program. Their envision, their strategies, their idea shaped India's nuclear program. Ashok Kapoor refers to the period of 1947 to 1964 in India's nuclear history as the Nehru-Bhabha years, in which Indian attitudes and policies was formed. This is where India gets into this nuclear idea. So whatever nuclear policies India has after 1974 also has something to do with the personality of these two people. Okay, you have to understand. That would go on to shape the parameters of India's nuclear behavior in the coming decades. The personality of Homi Bhabha and Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay. Gandhi himself has expressed abhorrence about atomic bomb, believing that it would bring moral devastation on those who developed and used it. That is how thorough idealist Gandhi would say. Nehru is also like Gandhi, an idealist, but his devotion could not stop his quest for scientific knowledge. Okay. That is where Nehru was a little bit different. Nehru's devotion to Gandhian principles, but simultaneous exaltation of scientific technological development would significantly shape the political discourse around nuclear energy, which resulted with its destructive as well as developmental potentials. Nehru's stance on nuclear weapons, like his non-aligned foreign policy generally, was linked to a vision that India would stake a claim for a moral stance which might serve and unite many Asian and African countries, seeking a genuine independence of policy and work for peace by preventing the building up of antagonistic power blocks. Okay. Probably we could say like this: Jawaharlal Nehru, from the earlier time itself, being a great statesman, could have understood the deterrent potential of nuclear power, atomic bomb, the deterrent potential. So probably that is the reason, even though he was an idealist, okay, even though he was an idealist, he probably went for this nuclear program because at the very start he would have understood the deterrent potential that it had. George Perkovich, the author of one of the most detailed accounts of Indian bomb program, had appeared in the early wake of 1998 nuclear tests, argues for a more complicated reading of Prime Minister's position. So he says Jawaharlal Nehru is a little bit complicated. How? He explains, Nehru sought to position India as a moral exemplar, a state that could lead that of the international system away from over-militarized power politics and towards a more equitable global order. Okay, so he wanted to lead a world which is more equitable global order, which had a more equitable global order. That is how Nehru envisioned. However, notwithstanding his idealistic anti-nuclear leanings, that is how we have to understand Nehru correctly, the worldly Nehru also recognized that India could gain international power, standing, and a measure of security if it acquired nuclear weapons capability. That is where we should read Nehru a little bit complicatedly. This person was an idealist. He wanted to lead a world where peace prevailed. He wanted to lead a world where there was no confrontation. But at the same time, he also understood the deterrent potential of the nuclear weapons, the atomic bombs. So, idealistically, like Gandhi, he would not want to say, we will not go for nuclear power because that is dangerous. Rather, he said, let's go for nuclear power because it also gives more prestige to India. Okay. Thus, Nehru hedged many of his anti-bomb sentiments with qualifications that India could develop nuclear weapon capability and might choose to do someday. Okay. Nehru clearly saw India's civilian nuclear program in an international context. Okay. So, even though it was said that the Indian Atomic Energy Agency is like only a civilian nuclear program, Nehru from the start knows that if we choose to take nuclear path, we can do if we develop the technology. Okay. So, from the start, even though it is portrayed as a civilian program, Nehru from the start knew that if needed, we can use that for our security purposes. So, a competitive endeavor, a test of national mettle for the poor but proud country emerging out of the protracted colonial slumber. Okay. Whether latent dual use potential was a significant objective is a more debatable question. Okay. So, it is more debatable, but many would say yes. In 1946, Nehru expressed his hope that India would develop atomic power for peaceful uses. Okay, but warned that so long as the world was constituted as it was, every country would have to develop and use latest scientific devices for its production. See how Nehru said. So, from the start, India's intentions was not only civil, at the same time, India also has its own strategic intention toward it. But the most significant Nehruvian legacy to India's nuclear program policy remains a principled commitment to global non-proliferation and disarmament, tethered to a forceful rejection of existing order, ensuring nuclear weapons possession by some states and proscribing the option for others. Okay, so Nehru did not want that some people have, some people should not have it. Okay, he wanted to have a more equitable society. Nehru and Baba secured the political support needed to establish a cluster of institutions that would advance nuclear research and policy to the 1950s. Closely related Scientific Advisory Committee to the Ministry of Defence, later renamed the Defence Science Advisory Board, the DAB, largely insulated from democratic scrutiny and even from the input by the Indian military. So, how they created. So, if it comes to a democratic scrutiny, just now we discussed anything which comes to democracy, it will be debated in the parliament and finally they halt it because of the quest for human rights. So, Nehru and Baba could actually insulate India's nuclear program from any kind of democratic scrutiny. Again, also input from Indian military. So, they insulated it beautifully. Eddie Abraham argues that internal concerns as much as external threats dictated the need for high secrecy. Okay. As an apex achievement of the era, atomic energy was the potent symbol of state capability for Indian citizens, at least as much as foreign observers. Okay. So, Indian citizens' pride is also interlinked there. Secrecy permitted a coterie of political scientific elites to shape India's nuclear program in 1950s. Baba, for his part, steered technical decisions so as to hold open dual use potential. He lobbied with some success for diluted safeguards against nuclear proliferation under the International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA). This repeated a shift from a strong safeguard position that India has taken in support of US-led Baruch Plan in 1946, in which the US would have submitted its arsenal to the Atomic Authority of the United Nations in exchange of agreements that would have prevented other countries from acquiring nuclear weapons. That was the Baruch Plan. So, US will submit everything and other countries would not do it, but finally it was taken away. When that approach founded on Soviet suspicion that was not in fact intended to maintain America's atomic monopoly. So I already saw this Baluch plan. The Soviet government is against this Baluch plan. They said that this is not to actually stop nuclear proliferation, but it is only to stop nuclear tests being done in USSR. So to maintain hegemony, America is doing it. That was the claim of USSR then. So Moscow pressed ahead to consummate its own weapons program in 1949, and Washington in turn put aside significant arms control proposals for the years, returning to such efforts only after Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay. So Nehru's successor as PM, Lal Bahadur Shastri, remained personally opposite to nuclear weapons development. Okay. But whereas Nehru and Baba had rarely clashed in public, India's top nuclear scientists now undermined the political leadership by publicly offering estimates that India could develop a bomb at relatively low cost. Okay. This was a significant political intervention by India's top nuclear scientists, since financial cost was one of the central issues in 1964-65 parliamentary deliberation on the nuclear option. Okay. How much cost it will take place, though the new Prime Minister is not happy with the program. Of course, it was only for 2 years. Shastri privately explored the possibility of being given guarantee of the US assistance in the event of nuclear attack by China, offering in return that India would not begin its own nuclear weapons program. But Baba sought to persuade the Americans that a nuclear India would be a good idea. Okay. So one side homicide Baba was also projecting. Okay. The nuclear non-proliferation treaty that opened for signature in July 1968 created two classes of states: those that had tested the nuclear device before January 1967 and those that had not done so by that date. This is the problem for India. So India says if it is a nuclear proliferation, it is a proliferation for everyone. It is not that those states who tested before 1967 can hold nuclear weapons and who have not tested after that cannot hold. This discrimination India is against. You understood? So India said if no one should have nuclear weapon, then no one should have it. Even US should not have it, USSR should not have it, China, France and Britain should not have it. But before this date of January 1967, all these 5 countries already had nuclear weapons. It is declared, whether it is US, UK, USSR, Britain or France. So they are ready. Now they can hold it because of this NPT. But other countries cannot have nuclear weapons. So India was against this discrimination. Okay. So the treaty would not only legitimize the nuclear capabilities of 5 states that conducted such tests, including China's. Okay. Others were US, USSR, UK and France. Okay. But would prevent India from developing nuclear weapon capability even in the face of a major nuclear threat arising. You understood? This is the discrimination where India is against. So India is not against nuclear proliferation, non-proliferation. India is against proliferation. Okay. India is in support of non-proliferation. But this condition is not India is happy with. Okay. Although India cited the norm of sovereign equality of all states while arguing against the treaty, self-interest deriving from the treaty's constraining of its own nuclear options was the paramount reason for this opposition. So India almost ready with its nuclear option. Okay, and many analysts would say if Lal Bahadur Shastri would have supported in the initial 2 years, and even Indira Gandhi, in the initial years was indifferent to the nuclear. So she cannot make decisions. If they would have supported effectively, India would have went nuclear much earlier. Okay. So if the India-China war did not happen in 1962, all other reasons were also there. Then if all these things, India's economic debacle that did not come in 1963-64 after the loss of China's war, if all these things would not have happened, more funding would have come in. Probably India could have become nuclear much before that, much before 1974, even before the NPT came into being. Okay. So in sum, two interrelated international factors strengthened India's incentive to pursue the bomb during the 1960s. One was the crystallization of the specific threat from China, because China has already become nuclear. The other was the emergence of a global non-proliferation regime that sought to freeze the nuclear status quo. Already 5 nations can have nuclear weapons. Okay, and that was deeply unsatisfactory for India. It in fact that it reaffirmed the inequitable global and regional balance of power, shut out India and contained no room for rising powers to acquire nuclear weapons. Okay, so the India said this is inequitable, not a balanced world. Okay, that is the idea of India then. So when Shastri and Baba unexpectedly passed from the scene in January 1966, Shastri died of heart attack during a India-Pakistan summit in the Soviet city of Tashkent. Baba died in a plane crash. Okay. Nuclear decision making became even more muddled. So definitely if India had enough funding in the initial years or the later years of Jawaharlal Nehru, the initial years of Lal Bahadur Shastri, during the Baba's time itself, India would have definitely become nuclear. Shastri's successor was Indira Gandhi, Nehru's daughter, who was put forth by regional Congress bosses, the so-called syndicate, in the expectation that she would be a pliant figurehead. Okay. So they thought that she will be a person who listens to them. Like that is the reason the syndicate people like Kamaraj and others voted for Neelam Sanjeev Reddy and all that, they voted for Indira Gandhi. But it turned otherwise basically. Her government almost immediately confronted an economic crisis that would result in a devaluation of rupee under US and World Bank pressure, which in turn strained the relations with regional party leaders. Thus, during her early premiership, internal economic and political struggles took priority over the security policy. Okay. So another important person now comes into the scene, Vikram Sarabhai. Okay. So another great scientist of India, Vikram Sarabhai. Baba's successor, Vikram Sarabhai, opposed continuing work on the bomb, ordering an end to explosive design work. Right. So because of all these external pressures, again India halts it. If all these things would not have taken place, India would have definitely become a nuclear power much before the NPT time. So, but he did not enjoy the same authority that Baba had in the nuclear establishment and behind the scenes and without prime ministerial authorization. Subordinates continued to work on nuclear explosives in large part to demonstrate to themselves, their countrymen and the world that they could do it. Okay. So, even though Vikram Sarabhai has said to halt it, that people inside the nuclear weapons program has not listened to him because Vikram Sarabhai do not enjoy the same kind of respect that was enjoyed by Homi Bhabha. Okay. So, the scientists pursued that is of their own interest to show the world they are nuclear capable. Okay. By the time of Sarabhai's death in 1971, sustainable explosive work, substantial explosive work had been completed. According to Pervocich, though basic designs were placed in 1971, all of the requisite technical components to an explosive were only completed in 1974. India conducted its first peaceful nuclear test in May 1974 near Pokhran in Rajasthan desert. Okay. She apparently gave the political authorization for the nuclear test in 1972. The decision, like many taken by a government, was made behind the closed doors in consultation with nuclear scientists and a few trusted political advisors, with even the military kept out of the loop. Okay. So it is only after Sarabhai's death, India again revamps its nuclear program. So after Homi Bhabha, Sarabhai period, India did not do a lot with the nuclear program because Vikram Sarabhai was actually officially against it. Okay. So India thus stumbled into first Pokhran test and emerged with a demonstrable capacity to build nuclear explosives. But with no policy actually to go ahead and do so, let alone an outline of how nuclear weapons would relate to military doctrine and grand strategy. International reaction to Indian test was mixed, but generally critical. Over the time led by US, it would intensify. Okay. The most anomalous period in the India's nuclear weapons development is the protracted pause between Pokhran 1 and Pokhran 2. Indira Gandhi again led a government from 1980 until an assassination in 1984, and it remains a puzzle that India did not conduct another nuclear test under her leadership. Okay. So that is the reason we said again she halts. Only after the Rajiv Gandhi period, again it picks up a little bit. Given that the nuclear scientists apparently asked for authorization to do so. Okay. She did, however, approve an ambitious program to develop, test and produce ballistic missiles. That she did. Both Gandhis were surprisingly ambivalent towards India's bomb project. But by the late 1980s, Indian capabilities were reaching such a point such that though New Delhi did not possess an assembled at-ready arsenal, it was generally understood both within and outside South Asia that nuclear weapons could figure in the significant conflict with Pakistan. Okay, so already we understood, everyone understood that. Okay. So the basic external stimuli to India's earlier forward lean in nuclear weapons development were again present in the quarter century later. The 1998 tests were in part a reaction to changing security threats in the preceding years, but even more to a tightening global non-proliferation regime. But the final necessary ingredient behind the test lay in the change of India's political dispensation in the early 1998. The BJP, descendant of Jana Singh, which was noted and advocated nuclear weapons development in 1960s, headed a new coalition government. Okay. So, though the previous BJP effort to form a government collapsed, okay, on May 1998, Vajpayee tersely announced that India had conducted 3 nuclear tests, one of which involved a detonation of a thermonuclear device, which yielded significantly greater than of 1974 test. Okay, so 2 days later, even as US intelligence scrambled to understand how it had missed Indian preparation for the test, India conducted 2 more blasts. Okay. So they first conducted 3 blasts, after 2 days they conducted 2 more blasts, total 5 blasts. Pakistan would respond with its own nuclear test, a total of 6 detonations for a good measure in just over a fortnight. So India did 5, Pakistan immediately shows 6. Okay. So US, China, Japan and other countries condemned both countries' nuclear tests, and a range of economic sanctions went into effect. Yet India, as Vajpayee put it, the country's parliament 2 weeks after the test had announced its intention to become nuclear weapon state. Okay. It would be the first of the world, and especially for the existing close circle of the nuclear weapon states, to reconcile to this reality. So what is the nuclear policy of India? So these are the technical terms which you should definitely know. I think you would have known, you would be knowing this before, because you would have read this in GS. Okay. So there are certain technical terms with respect to India's nuclear policy. So one was minimum credible deterrence. We will explain one by one. Okay. No first use policy. What is minimum credible deterrence? Everything we will discuss. In the aftermath of Pokhran 2, India moved to announce a formal nuclear doctrine. A kind of informal doctrine had begun taking shape in 1980s as Indian capabilities had matured, but it had been wrapped in layers of secrecy and an ad hoc process for consultation between the military and the civilian leadership. Now India proclaimed a doctrine of minimum credible deterrence. So you know what is deterrence. Okay, you know what is deterrence. Deterrence is the way by which you can stop or create an apprehension, fear in the opposite's mind. Okay, your enemy's mind, so that they do not attack you. That is a deterrence. So India said minimum credible deterrence. So how much nuclear weapons that India will develop? Where India will deploy its nuclear weapons? What is the policy? So India has said, we will develop those much of nuclear weapons enough to create minimum credible deterrence. Okay, we will employ those nuclear weapons in those zones to show minimum credible deterrence. We will not be going for say some 5,000 nuclear arsenal, 10,000 nuclear arsenal like how Russia and US went during the initial years of fighting. We will only go produce those much of nuclear weapons which give which will give us minimum credible deterrence. Understood? This is the most important terminology with respect to India's nuclear policy. So, nuclear policy should say how much they will produce, correct? Where they will deploy, what is the policy in it. So, this is what it said. Okay, I will produce only those much, which creates minimum credible deterrence. I will only employ those things in those zones, important zones. I will not be putting a nuclear weapon against Sri Lanka or against facing America. Anyway, first of all, I should have so much of ballistic missile to take my nuclear head to America. We don't have it. I'm telling you. Okay, but against Pakistan, yes. We must definitely, India is justified, that is the policy of minimum credible deterrence. India is justified in having a ready condition ballistic missile facing towards Pakistan with a nuclear head on it. Because anytime it can come from that side. Okay. So, minimum credible deterrence India, this is what determines India's nuclear policy, where they will deploy its nuclear bases, where it will have, how many nuclear heads it will produce. All this thing depends upon this simple philosophy. Okay, any doubt in this, ask me, because this is the most important thing, right? Even in the explicit possession of nuclear weapons, it still sought to protect the image of restraint. Okay, so India did not like go with like other countries went. Okay, they always maintained their philosophy intact. Credible minimum deterrence does not imply indefinite expansion of the nuclear arsenal. Rather, it is built on an assured second strike capability also. Okay, so that is also important. Second strike capabilities we discussed in the initial class. Hope all of you remember. Okay, not many countries have second strike capabilities. India has, because India do have its own nuclear capable submarine. Okay, India do has. So, even though, for example, Pakistan has attacked all nuclear installations of India, okay, so that India's nuclear weapon cannot take place, could not take off. Even then, from the submarine, India can launch the second strike. Not many countries have. Pakistan do not have a second strike capability. So, India do have the Pakistan's secrets, defense secrets. If India could access Pakistan defense, and exactly India detonates the nuclear launch pads, then Pakistan cannot launch a nuclear weapon against us. Pakistan is doomed, but not the case with India. India do have its own nuclear capable submarine, always having the arsenal with it, so that any time India can have a second strike capability. Okay, that is also there inside the minimum credible deterrence policy of India. Okay, this implies that in another event of nation carrying out the first nuclear strike of any magnitude against India, India's nuclear forces shall be so deployed so to ensure survivability of the attack and capability to carry out a massive punitive nuclear retaliation aimed at inflicting damage that the aggressor will find unacceptable. Okay. Pakistan Prime Minister, I think it was Musharraf, if I am not wrong, himself accepted. Okay, what is the problem of going with a nuclear war with India? He said, because Pakistan is a very small country, okay, 1 or 2 or 3 strong nuclear bombs will completely take Pakistan out of the map. Okay, so that is not that easy. Pakistan will not risk of going a nuclear war with India. Okay, so additionally, CMD, there is credible minimum deterrence, requires a robust command and control system, effective intelligence and early warning capabilities, comprehensive planning and training for operations in line with the strategy, and a will to employ nuclear forces and weapons. All these things required for this philosophy. Currently, Nuclear Command Authority is responsible for command, control and operational decisions on nuclear weapons. Specifically, it is Cabinet Committee on Security and ultimately the Office of Prime Minister of India that is responsible for the decision to carry out a nuclear attack. According to Rajesh Basu, in essence, Indian conception of minimum deterrence encompasses the understanding that it is not necessary to have a large numbers of sophisticated weapons to deter nuclear adversaries, that nuclear balances is not meaningful, and the weapons need not be deployed and kept in a high state of readiness in order to deterrence to be effective. Okay. So everything is only for minimum credible deterrence. Okay. So this doctrine implied that India intended to acquire nuclear deterrent configured as a force in being rather than a robust ready arsenal. So another technical term is no first use. So the India declared nuclear doctrine is no first use, NFU. Okay. So if any country could say NFU, no first use, then that country should have a very, very credible nuclear program and intelligence inputs, because second strike is not that easy. You can easily say no first use policy, but what if they correctly they use their nuclear weapons on your installations? Then you cannot go for the second, correct? So India, it went for no first use, then automatically it shows that it is very confident about its intelligence capabilities, okay, and also its second strike capability. It is a pragmatic stance, given that India's budgetary resources, though considerably less constrained, nowadays are not unlimited, and the country can scarcely hope to build its nuclear arsenal, almost absurd redundancy that a Cold War era US and Soviet Union did. I just now told you. This doctrine is not the only way in which India's nuclear policy diverged significantly from the earlier superpower models. A declared nuclear doctrine is important to transparency and strategic stability. But crisis behavior offers an opportunity to discover dimensions of nuclear statecraft chart leaders might think about, but not directly talk about in quieter times. Okay. After covert nuclearization in 1998, nuclear tinged trilated compellence. Okay, this is also another technical term with respect to India's nuclear competency. Trilateral compellence emerged in two subsequent crises of Pakistan in 1999 Kargil embargo by India in the major 2012 mobilization that brought the two sides closer to high intensity conflict at the time since 1971. That is, who is the other player in the trilateral compellence? US. Okay. So it is said by analysts that India, even though went for a minimal credible deterrence, the initial era after India went to nuclear in 1998, within one day Pakistan also goes nuclear in the very same year. Within one day they goes nuclear, but still both of them did not use the nuclear weapon over each other. This is because of the concept of pivotal deterrence. So pivotal deterrence should have a third player who is a superpower like US, who leads deterrence of any first case. So because of the presence of US, who has a much better military capability and much better nuclear arsenal, it is said that neither India nor Pakistan has used nuclear weapons in each other because of the concept of pivotal difference. Who is the pivot there? Is the US. Okay. Both states sought to use the threat of conflict escalation to encourage Washington to pay more heed to the respective grievances relating to their long-standing dispute over Kashmir. This put the US in the position of formulating a response based on pivotal deterrence, an under-recognized but important concept that merits particular attention in South Asian context. But unlike the bipolar superpower order of the Cold War, the regional security architecture in South Asia is essentially triangular. That is the reason every time we say US is also one of the more important players in South Asian security. It's triangular, comprising the two principals, but also the US as the preeminent extra-regional power. This regional configuration in turn is connected to the emergence of US-led unipolar global political military order after the Cold War. Okay, because we went nuclear in 1998, so that is actually after the Cold War. Okay, so US shares certain interests with both India and Pakistan and has a potential to exert significant diplomatic, economic and military influence in the region. As Rajesh Basrur, a contributor to this volume, has observed, South Asia's nuclear rivals have added a new dimension to the generally bilateral politics of nuclear weapons by involving a third country. Okay, so it is not like the other countries. India's security, the South Asia security, is also involves a third country which is not at all a player in South Asia. Basrur labels the strategy in which one principal uses nuclear tinged threats an effort to affect simultaneously both the behavior of the adversary and of the extra-regional superpower trilateral compellence. As the weaker conventional power, Pakistan would appear to have stronger incentive than India to manipulate the threat of nuclear escalation in order to elicit US diplomatic intervention. So Pakistan will always like to ask US to intervene here, because it's not as powerful as India is. Okay, and indeed elements of such a strategy were evident in 1999 Kargil confrontation initiated by Pakistan. So, but the 2001-2002 war mobilization crisis demonstrated that India too might employ such a strategy to compel Washington to pressure Pakistan to end its policy of low intensity aggression across the line of control. The conceptual corollary to trilateral compellence in terms of predicament such a strategy creates for the US is pivotal deterrence, which Timothy Crawford defines as manipulation of threats and promises in order to prevent a war. Okay, so as Crawford explains, pivotal deterrence tries to prevent a war by making potential belligerents fear the cost by confronting them with the risk they do not want to run. Okay, so who is the pivot? That is the US. So US, through its pivotal nature, want to deter both these parties to get into a war. That is what is called pivotal deterrence. Okay, to be successful, the third party state must hold a pivotal position between the adversaries. That is very important, which means that it can significantly influence who will win the war in between them. This is more likely to be the case when the adversaries' alternative alignment options are limited. Okay, so technically India will also try to be very close to US. Pakistan also try to be very close to US, because where US is determines the victory of the party. Okay, that is also one of the way by which the pivotal deterrence works. Initially, as Rajesh Basrur argued, initially Pakistan used this strategy. Okay, Pakistan tried to become close to US because the nuclear arsenal of US is much larger. So when Pakistan aligns with this, India will definitely lose the war. India also started to use the same strategy of pivotal deterrence. Now India also started to become closer to US, so that then Pakistan is isolated, then India could win a nuclear war. Okay, so a pivot is very, very important, right? So a pivotal deterror, Crawford explains, will try to maintain flexibility and avoid consistent alignment. So America will not consistently align with India, or America will not consistently align with Pakistan. Both they will not do. Okay, and in relation to the adversaries, and therefore avoid firm commitments to either side. Okay, so according to Crawford, according to Rajesh Basrur, this is how India's deterrence or South Asian deterrence kept. Not only because that there were two countries directly facing each other, but also there is a third player called as US, who aligned with America, which aligned with Pakistan sometimes, which aligned with US India sometimes. Alternatively, US aligned with these two adversaries, alternatively, and made sure that the deterrence in that particular region kept intact. So no one uses nuclear power. You understood? Okay. So India's adherence to no first use principle is long standing. Ever since 1998, when the country went nuclear, in New Delhi has rejected the idea of initiating the use of such weapons in any conflict scenario. Nukes is Indian strategy or purely retaliatory, and that stance has made good military and diplomatic sense. The relatively small size of India's arsenal ruled out a first strike anyway, and the country's commitment to restraint meanwhile built its image as a possible nuclear stakeholder helped ease New Delhi's accommodation in the international nuclear order. First, there is a growing consensus in Western non-proliferation community that in practice, New Delhi has already nearly relinquished the policy. In fact, experts believe that India and Pakistan go to war, India would ready its nuclear force for preemptive strikes. Okay. So it is like India has already forgotten this policy. So India will go for the first use policy. Okay, that is how many people now start to believe. And it has acquired the capability, the nuclear arsenal intelligence systems, the ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems to do so. So India is ready for first use also, according to certain people. Moreover, having already been granted recognition of its right to nuclear program through its 2005 Indo-Asian nuclear deal, New Delhi has less incentive for caution. Okay, that is what analysts say. Even though India has openly said no first use policy, they already relinquished this. There is a possibility that India will also go for first use if given a chance. Second, China and India are embroiled in military scuffling in the Western Himalayas, where the Chinese army has sliced off significant chunks of Indian territory. Given the disparity between New Delhi's conventional military power and Beijing's publicly adopting first use doctrine, would communicate both power and resolve on India's part. In other words, this would be opportune time for India to align the stated policy with apparent intentions. So if a question comes, what is India's current nuclear policy? This is the kind of critical argument that you can give. So there is always a possibility that India can relinquish the no first use policy because of these reasons. So you need not take only this point of view. You can also say that is what India's policy is minimum credibility tolerance, but you will also take this point of view if needed. Understood? So in this context, 2013, Shyam Saran, convener of National Security Advisory Board, said, India will not be the first to use nuclear weapons, but if it is attacked with such weapons, it would engage in nuclear retaliation, which will be massive and designed to inflict unacceptable damage on its adversary. The label on the nuclear weapon used for attacking India, strategic or tactical, is irrelevant from the Indian perspective. Okay. Okay. In reality, the reason for New Delhi persists with the same old principles despite changing strategic conditions may be that India's nuclear capabilities are not all that assessments suggest. There is also another point of view that comes in. India remains fundamentally vulnerable, says certain people. Okay. For the country facing two nuclear armed adversaries, one side China, other side Pakistan, both of which have territorial aims against India and maintain a strategic allegiance by targeting it. India's nuclear armaments remains very modest. It's only 150 atomic warheads and probably 50-60 missiles. Okay. You should also need missiles to take it ballistically, take it outside the continent. Right? So, any preemptive targeting of Pakistani atomic assets, for example, would consume most of that arsenal, leaving India utterly vulnerable to Chinese strike. Okay. An attack on Pakistan would meanwhile free Chinese from any moral compulsions against using nuclear weapons of its own, even as it undermines India's own moral authority. Okay. So anyway, okay. Efficiency, notwithstanding the problem of proportionality, persists as well. No decision maker in Beijing would believe a threat from New Delhi to use tactical nuclear weapons to deter salami slicing of small portions of its territory. Beijing remains the overwhelmingly superior conventional nuclear power. It is worth believing Sharma's statement at the Conference on Disarmament then. India is wedded to its policy of no first use and opposed to nuclear war. India's nuclear weapons will continue to remain weapons of last resort, meant to fulfill only one objective, deterring its adversaries from the nuclear weapons first. Okay, so that is, we have given different ideas into it. One thing is we have given about what is the nuclear policy of India, which is nothing but no first use policy and minimum credible deterrence. Then to answer that question, particular question of current India's nuclear policy, the viability of India's nuclear policies, the challenges faced by India in these nuclear policies, we have had other dialogues. Where there are many thinkers who said that India is already relinquished, there is no possibility because India's arsenal is very small, and one side, because the trilateral thing that is there in India, that China one side attacks and then opens Pakistan to attack us. So all these things makes that India could move away from no first use policy. So if question comes in exam, you can argue from any angle. Okay, you need not argue from the only which angle the PPT has taken. Right, guys. So any doubt in this? So with this I am completing India's nuclear policy. Any doubt in India's nuclear policy? Yes, please.
The standards between the two nuclear states, such as Pakistan and China, or having the use of modesty missiles, maintaining very low missile counts and nuclear rates.
It needs money also. It needs money also.
But as I remember, in our first initial days of discussion, we saw that the Pakistan had a capability of launching 80 missiles, and Chinese had over 200 plus.
Correct.
But when we compare to ours, it is only 60 and 150 missiles.
Correct.
What is the use of modesty in that?
Correct. We have to increase, but as I already told you, already we spend hugely on missiles. Now, how the think tank has changed is, anyway nuclear war is not going to come. So what is the use of spending in so much on nuclear power? Okay. First of all, only traditional war is a real-time possibility, with that of either China or that of Pakistan. How much aircraft that you have, how much warships that you have, that matters. How much other ammunitions that you have, that matters to win a traditional war. And most of the analysts have now actually ruled out a nuclear war, because of the international community that is in place, and because of the America and Russia, that access is always there. I don't think so India, Pakistan or China will ever indulge in any kind of a full-fledged war that includes nuclear war. Okay.
But we are moving from a traditional war to non-conventional warfare.
Correct.
There we have a usage of high altitude drones, and the TAL has been introduced in micro lines. But how can we say there is a possibility of the Chinese or
Yeah, I understand. But the question is, you have only limited money for defense spending. Correct. So the analysts argue, which area will spend that money? So you have decided that this year's budget, you are going to spend some $3 billion for defense spending. What is prudent? What is prudent? You spend that $3 billion or say $1 billion for your nuclear arsenal, only $2 billion for other conventional warfare, or say some almost 2.8 for your, which is prudent. Analysts say this is better, because anyway nuclear war is not going to come. Anyway, the fact that India is now strategically aligning with America and other nuclear powered states like Britain or France, so I don't think so China would risk in attacking India with a nuclear weapon. If at all they go attacking India, they will attack with a traditional warfare. That is how they now analysts say. So if the defense budget is $3 billion, analysts would say spend $2.9 billion on traditional warfare. Maybe some 0.1 billion on, you understood? Because this is more prudent. That is what I say. The time would change, but right now I would say what the analyst says is correct. That is how I will also take. See, why you want to spend so much if you 100% understand the nuclear war will not be coming? I don't think so nuclear will be coming. But conventional warfare definitely would come. Any day, limited war will definitely come. So India should have enough other weapons. That is how even I see it. Okay. Any other doubts in this case? Okay. So next Saturday will be our last instructions class. Okay. Next Sunday will be question paper discussion. So I hope many students also come. So for at least for the question paper discussion, if you come, we will discuss about how to write effectively your paper, UPSC paper. Okay, so Saturday we'll be discussing about the the concerns, contemporary global concerns. That's it. Okay, guys. Thank you.